Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from my current location in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire. Good morning to delegates joining us from Brazil. Good afternoon to those joining us from India, Russia, and South Africa. And good evening to delegates joining us from China. Welcome to the second day of the BRICS Infrastructure Investment Symposium. Whatever location you are joining us from, I imagine there are other competing tasks and responsibilities that you could be paying attention to at this time, but you've opted to join us. So based on our extremely positive feedback we've received about the high quality of presentations and discussions from yesterday's session, we assure you that our excellent panels of speakers that we've lined up and the quality of the Q&A will prove to be time well spent for you. So thank you very much for joining us, and we look forward to everybody's inputs and high quality exchanges. Please note that the presentations and the recording for the first day are all uploaded on the landing page. We'll also just copy and paste the link on the chat for ease of reference. But if you have any further questions, please feel free to direct to the team that's been organizing this event so capably. In these opening remarks, let me just take a few minutes to reflect on day one of the symposium. For those who participated yesterday, it'll be a refresher on the ground we covered. And for those who couldn't join us, it will be an overview of the progress made in the discussions. This, of course, will help us draw the link between yesterday's discussions and today's session. At the outset, we had the opening address from the Minister of Finance of South Africa, Minister Enoch Godongwana. He set the scene for us by looking at the global infrastructure challenges, but as well as the opportunities to remind us why we convened the symposium. The minister reflected on the large infrastructure financing gap of approximately $18 trillion, which includes addressing sustainable development goals, two-thirds of which is accounted for by emerging markets and one-third by BRICS countries. He also reminded us that the development and delivery of infrastructure ought not to depend on the availability of public resources, both financial and non-financial. He recalled the estimates of the OECD that $80 trillion of long-term investor asset base can be unlocked for infrastructure development. Therefore, the expectation for the symposium is for us to answer the question of how to crowd in private capital in achieving the infrastructure agenda expediently and pragmatically. And that really is the essence of why we are having these 2 days of discussions. The first aspect of trying to address the question was covered in session 1 yesterday. And the aim of the session was to understand how to increase the scale and accelerate infrastructure investment. Key takeaways from the discussion. Firstly, it was to focus on investment trends among BRICS countries. And we heard that the GI hub trends show that there is an appetite for capital intensive investments towards renewables, low carbon transition, digitalization, energy, water, and social and economic development. The trends further demonstrate an increase in the cost of infrastructure. Thus, in real terms, we've been seeing less infrastructure investment globally for every dollar spent. The session further examined the common barriers to infrastructure development and explored opportunities that may be leveraged to improve outcomes. And key takeaways from that aspect of the session were that infrastructure investment is a long-term game, and it requires sustainable infrastructure investment in that long term. And to scale up and accelerate infrastructure investment, it's important to create a conducive environment with clear regulatory and legal regimes that crowd in private capital. The session also just recalled the pillars of the G20 framework to increase and scale up private sector participation in sustainable infrastructure. The three being clear long-term national infrastructure priorities and targets, comprehensive and credible data, financial and technological innovation to support investment. And I think there were some useful case studies from the various BRICS members on how they're responding to those three key areas identified in the G20 framework pillars. Then we had the next session, whose aim was to explore private sector partnerships by looking at models that can support infrastructure investment. We had presentations by India, Russia, and Brazil, and they all focused on scaling up private sector participation with the following key takeaways. First, that the success of private sector partnership models requires political buy-in. It sounds like a mundane thing to say, but it's critical to driving a clear results-driven infrastructure investment agenda in any of our countries. This has to be accompanied by a visible pipeline and a conducive regulatory framework. In addition, countries should customize and review these models to ensure that they keep up with development. Another area that came through clearly was that the role of the government should include de-risking infrastructure investment support through the use of blended finance instruments. And then finally, some of the challenges and solutions that were cited include limitations with the buying and selling of infrastructure bonds in capital markets. And it was suggested that this may be circumvented by ensuring the ease of buying and selling infrastructure bonds in capital markets to allow easy entry and exit. Another point that was raised with the high risk and investment costs can be subsidized by the government, and some models and examples were given. And the lack of suitability tenure and repayment period, which may not be ideal for capital markets, was also discussed. And it was suggested that this may be overcome through refinancing and selling off of projects and programs. Like I say, colleagues, all of the information and the presentations yesterday that gives more detail on what I've outlined has been made available by the team, is already posted on the website. So for today's session, we continue by looking at three key topics. The first is on showcasing the use of digital technologies to address infrastructure pipeline, which came up already quite a bit yesterday in the discussion. And in the fourth session, we'll look at financing green transition and sustainable projects. When I say fourth, I mean it's the fourth session of the total symposium, but the second session of today. And then finally, we'll look at the role of multilateral development banks in supporting BRICS countries to advance their infrastructure agendas. Once we've had those discussions, all of which will be led by a lead speaker, followed by panelists and a Q&A, we will then have an open discussion with the task force members and others. And then finally, we'll have closing remarks that will take us to the end of the symposium. So without further ado, let me move swiftly to just starting the session with the first panel. As I said, the theme of this panel is showcasing the use of digital technologies to address infrastructure pipeline development issues. Here we have our lead speaker, Mr. Christophe Dossa. Then he will be followed by Dr. Alec Muyemi from South Africa and Mr. Solomon Arokiaraj from India. I think somebody's mic just needs to be muted. I see Neil Cole, if you can please mute your mic. So those will be our three speakers, and once they are done, we'll have a Q&A. Mr. Dossa is from the Sustainable Infrastructure Foundation. He will speak for 20 minutes, and once he's done, the two panelists, Dr. Muyemi and Mr. Arokiaraj, will speak for 10 minutes. They will provide their verbal input and just lead us, segue us into the Q&A session. So for this session, maybe before I even start just giving the background to the session, just to remind the speakers that Mr. Dossa, you in your 20 minutes, when you have about 2 minutes left, you will just see me switching on my camera, which will signal that please wrap up, you've got 2 minutes. Similarly, for the two speakers, you will have 2 minutes. I will signal to you 2 minutes ahead of time that it's time to please start wrapping up your presentation by showing, switching on my camera and showing my face. And just to request the speakers that when somebody else is speaking, if you could please switch off your camera so that we just don't put too much strain on the system. So we allow the speaker who's on the floor to speak. And then I guess when it's Q&A, we can then, once individuals have indicated who they're directing their questions to, whoever takes the floor to respond can put their camera on. Okay, so on the session then on showcasing the use of digital technologies, as you would have seen in the background blurb to the session, the inability to develop a credible, continuous, transparent, and investable pipeline is one of the impediments to enabling greater private sector participation in public infrastructure development. Of course, BRICS countries recognize that pipeline development needs to be anchored on sound project planning and preparation practices to translate the demand for infrastructure into investable propositions for the government and the private sector. So against this background, this session would like to explore the technological tools, approaches, and practices that are needed to develop a robust pipeline of investable projects and programs. And to help us understand these challenges, we're going to use the SOURCE platform as a case study to just draw out some of the good practices or best practices, but also look at some of the challenges that countries need to overcome and share ideas on how those who have overcome those challenges have done so, and how those who are still in the process of implementing the platform or adopting the platform can learn from those who already have that experience. So among the questions that we'd like to explore is one, what are the upstream areas that need to be strengthened to facilitate greater private sector participation? Two, what are the non-technical problems that hinder development interventions and that prevent practitioners from translating technical solutions into results on the ground? And I think in this respect, it would be useful to learn more about the results of the research that was conducted by the Global Development Delivery Initiative in partnership with CIF. So Mr. Dosa, we'll hope you will touch a bit on that. And if not, maybe you could also just reflect on it in the Q&A session, because I think those results are very helpful for highlighting delivery challenges for users of the SOURCE platform. And then, of course, given that South Africa is already integrating SOURCE, we would benefit from that reflection on the demonstrable benefits that the country has seen and the areas of collaboration that it has identified to improve outcomes. And from India, it would be useful to hear from the speaker what challenges have prompted India's interest to use SOURCE, and how does it envisage to interface it with local platforms and national infrastructure plans. So colleagues, as you can tell, a rich discussion lies ahead of us. We really look forward to it. And with that, I will hand over to Mr. Dosa. And I'll just remind you again, you have 20 minutes. At 18 minutes, I will switch on my camera as a signal that you should please wrap up. So please, Mr. Christophe Dosa, please go ahead and take the platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the invitation. I will definitely try to do it shorter so then I don't have to step in. In terms of the platform, so based on what has just been said, I will focus on BRICS countries in the case studies that we have. So first, SOURCE has been created for one particular reason, is to have a common language between the public sector and the private sector. And the objective is to empower governments in order to have the pipelines of projects to be filtered and structured properly before being tendered. So of course, the platform will not do everything. You will still need human brains, but the point is to have at least a common language that can be created and shared, linked to different best practices. So when we started to do that a decade ago, we were able to learn a lot from MDBs and countries, private sector partners. And what we have today is a governance composed of the MDBs that you see on the screen. And they are basically our bosses in order to take strategic decision and how the platform is being developed and financed. and where it is deployed in the different countries. So this is the governance. We are a not-for-profit, an IO recognized by the United Nations in order to implement the platform globally in the countries that want to use the platform for the very reason that I was saying with this common language. In terms of where we are today, we are in different countries. We are working in developing, emerging, and developed countries. So you can see also France, Germany, and Canada that have shared the interest to use the platform. In France, it's already in process at the subnational level. And in Germany, we are looking at a lender that will also use the platform as a first phase. And Canada, the same, also at the subnational level. In terms of other countries, we have been finalizing the implementation in Ecuador and South Africa and Uzbekistan. We also had finalized the first phase in Ukraine, but for different reasons, it was not launched. So we are waiting that we can go back to continue the process. In terms of the Ecuador, it has been enacted into law. Same in Ukraine, the secondary legislation. And in South Africa, it will be explained later, but it's also part of a mandatory process to do that. That was the decision of the governments, obviously. The other countries are in process with different financiers to implement the platform. And those in blue is where there are discussions on implementing the platform. Different letters of interest have been shared. Different letters of interest have been shared. India, but also Brazil. We are about to finalize the letter of interest to implement the platform.
Apologies, Christophe.
No problem.
Just to request all delegates to please ensure that your cameras, your microphones are off, because I think it's slightly disturbed you there. Apologies, Christophe. Please continue. I see the person has switched off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I was saying that, for example, in Brazil, we are about also to get that letter of interest with the PPI from the presidency. So all to say that we have more demand than we can supply for the moment, but now we have been committed 6.5 million euros in order to implement source in the countries that have requested it. So the focus will be, of course, on the countries in blue. In terms of what we do in the country is we tried a one-size-fits-all. It doesn't work. We actually work closely with Russia. We also had looked the IRIS methodology, which was also very good in terms of the QAI indicators, the version of the government of Russia. And the objective is that working with them, we realized that we needed to customize the platform. We were also ready to work in Russia, but we were told to wait by my board for the moment. But the work with Russia was also to find a way to customize the platform. So what we have been doing is when we go into a country, we look at their processes, regulatory framework, different IT systems. We also did a thorough mission and evaluation also with different Indian ministries to see how the platform could be complementary to different systems and also to help on the digitalization agenda. And then we develop it, and then we do the pilot and rollout. So all of that usually takes at least 9 to 12 months in order to do the implementation. So that is really the overall architecture with one focus to have projects that are speaking a language that will be attracting financiers. So that is really the main focus. So now how does it work? So it's an online platform. It's housed inside the United Nations servers in order to also meet different specific policy and regulations in terms of data localization. There are also possibilities to also have the data stored in the country. So this is a web application that is developed internally with the servers under the United Nations to guarantee data sovereignty and data immunity to the country. So the platform is of course available with a username and a password. What I'm going to show you today is just 3 functionalities, so it should be fast. But the point is 3 functionalities that we developed in order to have the governments interested to use Source. As you have seen, we have more than 40 countries interested to use Source, 4 that are finalized and 12 ongoing, and 18 that will start in beginning of 2024. So now, what I'm showing you is the environment of South Africa, but it's a fake environment. They are not real projects. It's our test environment just to show you how digital tool can support governments to achieve their different objectives in terms of digitalization, again, with the main objective of attracting private sector finance. Now, yet what you can see here is, for example, a project officer at the Ministry of Transport or at ESA connecting to the platform. The person can see all the project that has been managed by ESA. There is also an opportunity to see the different tasks and notifications that the person has, but also a dashboard of the pipeline that exists for the particular project, and that gives an opportunity to have an overview of the pipeline with different KPIs. So basically what the person is managing, and also to create different reports. When we've done that, it was also asked to do that at the national level. So for example, the director of ESA or a minister can see all the projects in the country, with also a dashboard that has been aligned with the SDGs. So it gives internally to ESA or different South African ministries the overall pipeline with ESA that is aligned with the SDGs. That has been welcome in order to have that type of dashboard in order to see how it is performing, and the same dashboard with more KPIs, but for the country pipeline. So this is really to have an overview at the individual level inside the ministry, but also at the country level with different KPIs. And that was very important to have that data aggregated into one place, but also that is systematically updated. And we have seen that in many countries, is that there are different platforms, but not necessarily systematically updated. So that is the overview. Now, creating a project is fairly simple. You're going to have different sectors, and each sector has different subsectors. And each subsector has different type of questions. And this is what is unique to Source, this common language with the private sector. You're going to have templates that are with different dimensions: greenfield, brownfield, unsolicited project proposal as well, cross-border project. So that's an easy way to create a project. Once the project is created, then I'm going to show you the project environment. The templates that we have are here. So we have 40 subsector templates that we have created with the private sector in order to from all continents and from 100 plus companies, in order to have this common language. And I will show you later who they are. So the project environment. So before we were in the overview of the project, and now we are in the project environment. So here, when the government of South Africa, when ESA connects, they can see their own timeline. So this is what we had realized, as I was saying, with the Russian Federation. So what we can do here is, for example, we can see how it has been customized. So all of this is based on the 5-case model that, of course, South Africa has adapted to their specific needs. And there are different types of process that is specific to South Africa, with different national framework, and also with different project threshold and different contractual arrangements and tender processes. So this is, again, the specificity of South Africa, and we do that for all countries. So we customize the platform at the country's needs. So what does it look like? It looks like this. So you're going to have a different task, who it is assigned to, organization, start date, and date. So it gives an overview and a clear path of what has to be done to all the different ministries or agencies that are involved, with also a Gantt chart to show what is going on and a status report. So that is for the government to go from A to Z or A to B, specifically here in South Africa, as I said. And what we do during the work is that the templates that I was showing you here that have been designed with the private sector, we align them to the specific status of the country. So you can see here that we have 8 stages that we developed with IFC, and below the different steps of with South Africa. The questions here, they are going to be multiple choices in order to address what the private sector will look for when they are assessing a project, with proposed answers, multiple choices, but also numerical answers. That gives a good online guidance also to subnational authorities in order to know what should be the question to be answered, and also some good tips, international guidance, the IFC performance standards, for example, and we are discussing with other MDBs to see what type of international standard could be implemented. We already have 16 best practice into the platform, but we can, of course, add more in order to make sure there is a good online guidance. So it goes from up to construction in order to have to follow the project lifecycle. So this is the second important functionality, and actually the main one. One is data aggregation, but based on data collection that is aligned with the private sector and international best practice. And that is being done for the past 8 years now with the private sector. So we have received more than 8,000 comments now, not only 7, but we are doing a new version of the templates. And those templates have been looked at by the private sector that you see and more. We didn't put all the logos, but for the sake of logos, I think it's enough. So this is the second important aspect, and maybe the most important one is common language between the public sector and the private sector. Now, the third one that we have seen in all countries is that the data does not necessarily flow efficiently or seamlessly between the different stakeholders, for example, between the Ministry of Planning or Finance, Budget, Transport. So for example, here in this case, the project is created, let's say by ESA, but ESA can invite different ministries, agencies, or in other countries, it can be created by the Ministry of Transport, and then they can invite Ministry of Finance. For example, in the Philippines, only NEDA, the planning agency, can have access to the project evaluation. So the compartmentalization approach is very important also within the government. But as a government, I can also invite different actors. I can invite MDBs, consultants, private sector, bilateral agencies, in order to have different rights and permissions. So that is the third and final functionality that we developed based on the feedback from the countries. So data aggregation at the beginning, common language with the private sector, and efficient communication between the different ministries and agencies. When we've done all of that, the government said it's good, but it's very difficult to answer your question. So what we did is a matchmaking between the different facilities that exist when the project is created. For example, here are all the facilities that are available for a city project or urban project in South Africa. And all of these can be accessed by the private sector, by the public sector, sorry. So for example, ALSF, if you've heard about it, then you can contact directly the ALSF team. And it's good for ALSF, for the African Development Bank Project Preparation Facility, because they receive projects that are aligned with their criteria. When we've done this, the comment from the government is that it's good, but the project preparation facilities do not necessarily have all the funding that we need in order to cover the hundreds, if not the thousands of projects we have in our pipelines. So what we did is to have an overview of what we could do to also guide the government into the process. So for example, while the project officers, the MDBs, the consultants, or the donors or the governments are going through the different stages and their process, internal process, they're going to have different assessments and reports and studies that will be conducted. There will be automatic flags when, for example, it is not aligned with international best practices. So this is the PPP risk matrix that was developed by the private sector. And for example, we can see that based on the answers to the question, the suitability of the design is borne by the public, but it should be borne by the private. And that is a good way to also have a certain alignment on what it is expected from the other side, the private sector. So there are different risks that are triggered based on the answers while preparing the project. Another one is consistency checks. So there are smart algorithms. For example, the SDG 13 on climate change, they didn't take into account climate issues during the environmental impact assessment. Something is inconsistent, or the economic internal rate of return is below the hurdle rate or the discount rate. Something is inconsistent. So it's just to have different triggers during the project development process. And also finally on this one, Indonesia, they wanted to have the SDG dashboard, but at the project level, not only at the pipeline level. So we included that into the project level. And finally, when we've done all of that, the government said we also have our own methodology to assess our project, which is internal. For example, as I was sharing before with IRIS in Russia, or the 5-case model in South Africa. So what we do is we take the different type of questions and criteria, and we do a mapping with the source questions. And based on the answers to the questions on source, then they can see the answers here. And based on the answers, they can do a traffic light type of approach. That is the decision of the government, how it is managed, how it is rated. We only do as we are told by the government. And that is a good way in order to have in the internal process visualized in order to take a decision. And we are doing this for different international methodologies, fast infra label, if you've heard about it, or in this case, the PPP for SDGs from the UN. So all of this is available only to the government. As you have seen, the people that are invited on the project are the only one that can have access to that information. No one can access it if the person is not available, but at least it gives an overview of how the project is aligned with different methodologies. And then the last point, whenever the government wants, the projects are published. So you decide when the project is published, you decide the contact information, the documents, the project assessment, the preliminary project assessment. So the government decide when. And of course, the platform is translated in all the different languages where we are working. So from Chinese, Russian, Kazakh, to all the different languages where we are working, but that's obvious. And whenever the projects are published, they are available on the pipeline of the country, in this case, Uzbekistan, with so source, Ecuador, and Kazakhstan, and more coming, as I was saying. So I will stop there, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that. So much data, Christophe, so rich. And I imagine very difficult to synthesize in just 20 minutes, but I think you've done an excellent job. So thank you for that. I think one of the things that really stood out for me is just how much this is focused on the user and the user's needs, rather than just designing a system that appears efficient, but doesn't necessarily speak directly to tailor-made solutions in specific country contexts. I think that's one thing that stood out. But I think what's also very useful is the fact that your starting base is existing country systems. So you don't necessarily just have a one-size-fits-all and then say we're going to customize it. You start with the country systems, and then you build solutions based on whatever is missing in the country systems. I think that's a very, very important aspect. And I think the other thing that stood out for me, anything that has to do with technology that has multiple users, multiple stakeholders, security is always an issue. And I think there's a very strong focus on data security, and especially the extent to which government can control what is put out, what is published, when it is published, and who can access it. Of course, sometimes the other side of the argument then becomes, if it's multiple users and not just government using it, how do you make sure that they can interact with the data and they can in real time when it is controlled in such a way by government? But I guess we could delve into some of that during the Q&A session. So thank you very much for that, Christoph. I think you've given us a lot of food for thought. And immediately, I know we were initially going to start with hearing the South Africa case study. But I think while Mr. Dr. Muyemi tries to connect, we can move on to Mr. Arokyaraj from India and to hear the experiences of India. Mr. Arokyaraj, if you could please take the virtual floor and share your experiences. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, friends. Namaskar and greetings of the day to all the participants here. It's my privilege to be a part of this symposium to discuss the experience of building and managing a robust infrastructure pipeline and how technology can be a useful tool. Infrastructure is the backbone of any thriving economy, and it is linked to the economic development of a nation. Sustained infrastructure creation depends on a robust vision, building a pipeline of projects aligned to that vision, and financing and delivering those projects that are essentially long-term in nature and has a long gestation period. Financing such a large pipeline is a challenge, and unless a careful upstream approach is adopted, attracting private capital will be very difficult. Upstream approach essentially involves two important elements. One, making commercially viable projects available. Two, removing impediments to private capital flow through a vision, policy enablement, robust institutional setup, appropriate regulation, and capacity building of all the stakeholders in it. How best these two are combined is best captured in India's experience of National Infrastructure Pipeline, aided by the Prime Minister's Gati Shakti National Master Plan. So I would be discussing our experience of these two and how we were able to build a robust pipeline. Government of India considers infrastructure as a catalyst for sustainable economic growth, and our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given a vision of building a developed India by 2047 during Amrit Kal that coincides with the 100th year of India's independence. He has laid down his vision for infrastructure development, and on that basis, India has created a national infrastructure pipeline for developing greenfield projects with an estimated investment of more than $1.5 trillion US. Today, as I said, I will briefly explain the experiences related to the National Infrastructure Pipeline and the Gati Shakti Master Plan. National Infrastructure Pipeline was launched to provide a world-class infrastructure across the country and improve the quality of life of all citizens, with the aim to improve the project preparation through a common portal, attract investment both domestic and foreign to fund these projects, and improve the project completion rate, effectively addressing the time and cost overrun issues which are pervasive across the world, and help in faster and effective implementation of reforms, as Christoph was suggesting that the policy vertical of his work is also captured here, in the sense that faster and effective reforms help attract private capital. So initially, the NIP was prepared for a 5-year period between 2020 and 2025, as I said earlier, with an estimated project value of 1.5 trillion. The pipeline captures projects that are funded by the federal government, the state government, the private sector, or through joint mechanisms. So under NIP, we have collated large-scale infrastructure projects which are above $15 million from all across the country, representing different ministries. So the pipeline The portal also provides a dashboard which is updated on a real-time basis. And it has 4 different stages in which we can monitor the project. At the conceptualization stage, where a project is initially thought of, and then comes the development stage wherein it goes up to the procurement. The third phase is the implementation phase, that is post-award of contract during the implementation. And then finally, the completion and the post-completion procedures. So this portal also has a centralized reviewing mechanism. Therefore, we are able to effectively monitor the progress, both physical and financial. So the National Infrastructure Pipeline was initially launched with 6,835 projects from 36 different state governments, cutting across 24 ministries in the federal government and representing 37 subsectors of various key infrastructure ministries. Today, it has expanded to 9,162 projects. As I said, currently, the total estimated project cost is well above the intended $1.5 trillion, standing at $1.7 trillion today. The NIP's diversity is remarkable as it encompasses projects over diverse subsectors that I explained, more than 37. And out of these sectors, transportation constitutes a major 44% of the total investments by value, followed closely by energy sector representing 23% of the total investment. And fortunately, we have captured the social sector projects also in huge numbers. The key advantages of having such a portal, which covers the length and breadth of the country, cutting across different sectors and ministries, is to align all the stakeholders, that is the government, the private sector investors, and the funding institutions, to take a well-informed, data-oriented decision. In order to monitor effectively the progress, the Gati Shakti portal also helps complement the work done under the NIP. The Gati Shakti National Master Plan is a GIS-based digital master planning tool, which has got 248 GIS layers as we speak. And it can integrate projects from all the 24 ministries across 36 states and the union territories, and all the 37 subsectors of infrastructure that we spoke. And we give emphasis under PM Gati Shakti to map all the utilities, that is water, energy, gas, along with 7 economic engines that are the railway network, road network, ports, waterways, airport, mass transport, and logistics infrastructure. This digital master planning tool is a very dynamic, and it operates on 6 core principles of comprehensiveness, prioritization of projects, optimization, synchronization, analytical, and dynamic. The Gati Shakti portal provides a one-click comprehensive view to steer and simplify the planning and implementation process by reduction of time and cost of implementation in all the projects. Now, across ministries, there were legacy systems. All of them have been integrated for unified monitoring using various tools and data lake concepts. So currently, entire monitoring of the infrastructure pipeline happens through the Gati Shakti Master Planning portal and the National Infrastructure Pipeline portal that we call IIG portal. Friends, as I said in the beginning, these tools and technologies help us collect and implement large-scale programmatic interventions. By planning multimodal logistics, dedicated freight corridors, high-speed rail network, connectivity to centers of production and source of raw material, utilities network, as I said. And also, the second part of how to get private capital depends on various initiatives that we need to take in order to remove the impediments for the private sector capital. So as part of that, the government has to lead the way. The federal government is increasing its capex at the rate of 27% CAGR in the last 5 years to crowd in private sector. The various institutional and regulatory reforms that have been brought in by promoting the InvITs and also capitalizing existing sovereign wealth funds and the sovereign financial institutions that largely fund the equity sector of the infrastructure. A dedicated DFI was established from the federal government side. Also, there are schemes that specifically promote public-private partnership by giving viability gap funding, and also India Infrastructure Project Development Fund, which was established by the central government. In addition to this, the model concession agreements and also PPP project lifecycle enabling policies and guidelines have been put in place. In addition to that, the federal government also launched a sovereign green bond last year, effectively mobilizing more than $2 billion to fund green transition initiatives. I would like to emphasize that the complementarity of working with various systems and tools have been studied. We have put in place a very robust infrastructure pipeline using the master planning tool that we have on the NIP portal. It was interesting to note that various initiatives that Source has just explained, and we are just engaging with them to understand it deeper. So I would like to stop here and thank for the opportunity given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rokharaj. And I think the presentation once again illustrates what was said earlier by Christoph, that it's not as if the systems don't necessarily exist in a number of countries. There are various systems. I think you've talked about the master planning portal, the IIG portal. But the key thing really is to say every system can be optimized, and the intention with Source is to see how best to optimize these systems. So we'll follow with keen interest what the outcomes of your discussions with Source on how they can actually help you optimize. I think the most important part really was when you were saying that you're ultimately aiming for the reduction of time and costs across projects. And I think this is the part that we really would be keen to hear from the next speaker on the South African side, where there has been an implementation of costs, just to understand in the time that it's been implemented, that Source has been implemented, what has the impact been on time and costs, and just providing greater efficiency into the project development pipeline all the way until completion and post-completion. As you had highlighted, the 4 stages that India has been focusing on developing, on addressing: concept, development, implementation, completion, and post-completion stages, and seeing how the technology sources can help you throughout those 4 stages. I hope that we have got something to report on that from the South African side, but let me hand over to you, Dr. Muyemi. I hope you've managed to connect now, and you can just give us the experience of South Africa. You have 10 minutes. And you may have missed it earlier. I indicated that at 8 minutes, I will just switch on the camera to indicate that you've got 2 minutes left and to request that you wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to share the presentation. And just to indicate in this regard that we too are a site for rollout of Source as an important instrument for us to manage our pipeline, and also to finalize on our data mining and also data intelligence in respect of this matter. Now, the CEO of Source has spoken, and you've heard what the benefits are. I had initially prepared to traverse that type of line, but I think it's been adequately covered. One needs to also highlight the fact that for us, the infrastructure development pipeline is very significant. And I think as a country, we have been grappling with the discipline around execution. We are not short of any significant plans to roll out infrastructure, but the execution and tracking of where these major infrastructure projects are, and even more importantly, looking at benefit realization, as well as looking at matters pertaining to whether we are always on time and on budget, has been quite a difficult pathway to navigate, considering the size of the infrastructure pipeline that we are having. So ISA, as an aggregator, seeks to bring all of this into being, and we had been struggling quite badly without Source to be able to manage this which we had identified as challenges. So when we began the process of commissioning Source, you can appreciate and understand our appreciation as well as excitement in as far as the rollout was concerned. Just as an indicator, we have been lagging behind our NDP targets. We are expected to be at 30% of investment in infrastructure, and as far as being measured through the gross capital formation, fixed capital formation. And as you are aware, we have been below target, both in the private sector, but also in as far as public sector investment is concerned. And we are also indicating in this regard that the issue of the heavy reliance on the state to be able to do the work has not been necessarily a good thing. And therefore, there's always been a challenge and a difficulty of the private sector participation in as far as ease of doing business, as well as lubricating the surface and necessary partnerships to invest heavily to stimulate the economy to the degree and extent we are looking for. We took a posture as the country, and we agreed that there was necessary for an institution such as Infrastructure South Africa to actually look at all major infrastructure projects and catalytic projects. We have since separated this pipeline into two parts. First being our strategic integrated projects, the SIPs as we call them in our country, with the viewpoint of saying these which are gazetted and announced and put into law actually are key programs that we should start with. And secondly, any other mega project that is at a value of 1 billion and above, that we need to consider those. And therefore, as an aggregator, we need to take all of the project sponsors and project originators from national government, provincial government, and local government, as well as state-owned enterprises and the private sector as well, and to look at a credible pipeline to which we can then have a project book we can engage in a credible manner with the tips, as we call them in our country. Is it Pablo Medeiros who is giving feedback? I think if I may request, they close the mic. I also need to then take further the matter and indicate that in the bigger scheme of things, our biggest issue in as far as our SITS methodology has been concerned was our ability to bring projects to bankability. And why it does matter to us that our focus is there, and why we needed to, customize source enough for us to bring us to clear assessments around this, because as I've indicated, we're not shy and short of good concepts, but their viability, sustainability, and whether they make economic sense mattered mostly to us, and also matter to a depressed fiscus we are. And we are also looking at catalytic projects that could actually stimulate the economy, and then the trickle down of economics could give us a multiplier effect. To that extent, we focused on this, and I think, as you would see in my other slides, we looked at that, and we began the integration of source with our website, where we register programs, and that was our first leg of work, and to ensure that we have a bespoke environment in which source is able to help us with project appraisal process. And part of it involved us taking our policy and SIS methodology we have adopted, and actually making it, customizing it in source and making it a digitized platform for us to be able to take the process further and forward. Accordingly, we went further and developed well-prepared projects, and we set these well-prepared projects in terms of our methodology. Every step that the SIS process provides for should actually be customized within source, and we ought to leverage across this, and also do a bit of data mining and cross-sectoral intelligence to be able to make better informed decisions, including where projects that are network industries as well as economic corridors could easily be mapped with ease by cross-referencing the projects within source. And I think we are eager to announce that ever since we introduced source, and ever since we began the integration process, we focused first on the strategic integrated projects to actually compute them and digitize them into source, and to map them, all of them completely. That part has been done and has been completed, and for the first time, we are in a better position now to manage that part of our infrastructure, catalytic infrastructure projects, and to be able to start reporting on them. Now, I need to just indicate, in the jealousy of time and what has been raised, to indicate where we are in as far as this is concerned, and how we have actually derived some benefits from source. As you may see in that slide, and I'll just go in it quickly, we have mapped already the 5-case model on source lifecycle. We have done the alignment of project stages, as I've indicated. We have also done the integration with the website, and we have done the customization project text so that we can do ease of cross-reference. We are now in the process of finalizing the dashboard. This will help us with quick reports and quick updates, and to see where projects are at any time. This is still in process. It's a tedious job for us in terms of even further customizing it to this level. But we have done risk and accessibility that helps us with a decision-making metrics, and we have done project reporting, which is in process as well, because it's dependent also on how the dashboards will look like. And finally, we have a single view of reporting across sectors. And as I've indicated, we can cross-reference in this regard. So my last thing is that for the first time then, we can align private as well as public sector partnerships across BRICS countries, and also in our own country, but we can also leverage on data as well as lessons learned. And we now have a transparent pipeline of projects that are reviewable with ease, and that are there. And I think it has been a good journey. We still have some steps to go in finalizing the two things, but I think the benefit realization is already apparent in terms of where we are at this moment. And I think we are happy to be a part of source, and I think it will give us a platform as we grow as a family of BRICS in this regard. And we have been taking small steps really, but they have become giant leaps from where we were to where we are today. And I wish to thank you, Nomfundo, and colleagues for the time.
Thank you very much. When I saw you put up those slides, I was wondering how you would get through them in 10 minutes, but you have remarkably managed to do that. So thank you for that. And I think some very useful lessons coming out of the South Africa case study. The mapping of the 5-case model, aligning project stages, customizing project tags, that progress that you've made in a rather short space of time, I think is commendable. I think it would be quite interesting to hear a bit more on some of the tedious aspects that you referred to of the dashboard. I know you had time limitations, but perhaps when we have the Q&A, it would be useful just as part of lesson sharing, maybe just reflecting if you were to approach it differently, or if you were to do it again, what would be some of the things that you do to get over some of those what you call tedious aspects of the process of the dashboard process, setting up the dashboard. I think with that, colleagues, I'm going to open up to everybody for the Q&A session. Just to remind you that when you take the floor, you indicate who you are directing the question at or to, and to the panelists when you respond, if you can just remember to switch your camera on when it's your time to respond. I'll also just indicate that if you prefer to put your questions on the Q&A chat functionality there, please feel free to do so. So let's start with 3 questions, and then we see how we go. I think at this point, I must see all the participants. IT team, if I miss anybody, just please also signal to me if you see someone whose hand is up. So if you can just please put up your hand or put a question in the chat box. I think there's a hand. I think I saw a hand, but I'm not sure whose hand it is. Maybe I can just request the person to take the floor, unless they've decided to put their hand down. Okay, while we await hands, let me just start where I ended. Here it is. The hand is coming back up, but I cannot seem to see who it's coming from. Ditlogonolo Sasko. Please go ahead and pose your question. Okay, it's in the chat. The question is, how will, I'm assuming SMEs is the question, how will SMEs benefit from the infrastructure investment? Ditlogonolo, do you want to indicate who you are directing the question to? We don't have a response from Ditlogonolo. Okay, since Ditlogonolo is from South Africa, Infrastructure South Africa, would you like to take that question, please?
Okay, Nomfundo, I'm struggling with, I don't know whether it's network or what, but as you can see, everything is on, but I'm sure you just see darkness as I see darkness with myself.
No problem. You are very clearly audible, so please go ahead. You may speak.
All right. Now, the issue is that, in truth, everybody has got to benefit, and including SMMEs. The challenge is, however, that our threshold for projects we are talking about are $1 billion and above. And so if you are indeed a micro enterprise, by definition, you do not fit in with what we say. But if indeed you are a medium-sized enterprise, you will necessarily be in our league in as far as the thresholds are concerned. And if you can be able to reach $1 billion in that threshold, then indeed, let's talk. We're open for business, and I think you can also benefit from source. However, there is a secondary issue that of syndication, but also importantly, that we can also identify downstream opportunities for SMMEs on many of the programs we are in. And I think source affords us an opportunity and a platform to do data mining about these other opportunities I have indicated about. And I think that is the long and short of the response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any hands at this point. While delegates think of questions, I'd like to go back to something that I had initially referred to, Christoph, which was the study that you had done. The study that you had done to look at some of the non-technical challenges that countries face. And I think you've touched a little bit on it when you did your presentation, but if you'd like to just elaborate a little bit more on that, please go ahead.
Yes, so the challenges that we have seen have been a bit multiple from, for example, in the discussion we had with in Kazakhstan. They had an existing systems in place inside the Ministry of Finance called ISSP. And what we had to do is to find a way that the two systems can connect. So there is no double data entries by the line ministries, which can be very complicated and also which would basically kill the project. So this is where we started to have more an interoperability approach between the different systems. This is something also we are discussing with Brazil to make sure there is also interoperability with existing systems. And interoperability can mean many things. First, it can mean that the country can still continue to use the existing system and have the source functionalities available inside the system. But it can also be to have you are using source and then the information is automatically sent to the e-procurement platform, for example, that we were looking at in Kazakhstan, but also in Mauritius. We were also looking at how to make sure that whatever is entered into source is always also connected to the pipeline that is published. So you were referring to how the private sector can benefit from the data. This is where the data can benefit from the private sector is whenever the data is inputted and then published, then the information again enter in one or other system is automatically updated also into the pipeline of the country. One aspect that we have seen is always about cybersecurity. Which makes sense in today's world. Cybersecurity is a big issue. So basically, internally, my team and I, we don't have access to the data of the government. It's inside the UN servers. So we don't have access to it. Whenever we have new upgrades, it is being done through the United Nations servers. If there is also a law, so this is what we have seen in countries, is that they're going to have a law that the data has to be localized in the country. So it can be a mirror server. So the data entered in source is also mirrored into the data into the country, or it can also have it passed through source and hosted in the country. And in the future, we'll have the option to have the servers inside the country and the source app available on the cloud, but the servers inside the country. So I think the most important aspect is always about data security and data confidentiality. So this is the focus that we have. We don't outsource our IT development, especially for that reason, to also make sure that everything is internal and it doesn't go outside. And also in terms of cybersecurity, we do regular pen tests in order to make sure that the platform is secured across different attacks that can happen. So I would say that this is the main issue. And the last one I would say is always the process of having different informal steps and processes that the government has internally, because some ministries have their own process versus others. What we have seen in Ecuador and Panama is that everything now follows a approved and structured and clear process that everyone has to go through. And also this is the reason why France has also launched that at the subnational level, because they wanted to make sure that the regions have access also all to the same process, to make sure that it is clear for the national government, giving them guidance on what they should do instead of trying to do it on their own. So the subnational level guidance has been also very valuable with the example in France in terms of this subnational approach.
Thank you very much for that. I'll just ask one last question, because for the next panel, one of our speakers does have a time constraint, so I'd really like to get started with that. But the last question goes to Mr. Solomon on India. And I mean, you've mentioned a number of platforms that you already have. What are the missing links, so to speak, that you've identified? And I'd be quite interested to hear feedback also from your private sector users of your platforms, the feedback that you've received from them that have prompted you to consider and explore the option of using Source. What is the gap that you're hoping Source would fill in your current platforms?
Yeah, I think from what I heard from Christo, the layer that probably we do not have at this point of time is on the SDGs mapping, how compliant the outcomes are relatively to the SDG intentions or any of the international indicators. That's one thing which probably thing. The second one, on the private sector perspective, now all projects whatever comes in the portal should be in the form like somebody can pick up and go to a financial institution and get the financial closure done. So if you would ask me if all the projects are at that stage, I would say no. So that is the major feedback that we have from private sector, that bring the projects up to that level wherein it is ready to move to financing from here. Third one is what I could, again, from the Stoff's presentation and what we have, probably he has adopted the international private sector language, which would probably be bridging this gap of these reports, the detailed project report that we get in this platform. When they are in that language, financial closure becomes easier because it is in their own words. So I think these are pretty much the my understanding of where we are and what Christoph has explained. Probably we can explore further on this.
Okay, so thank you very much for that, and I'll wrap up the session here. I think we've already developed quite a good picture of what is possible, the tailor-made solutions that Source can come up with that complement the existing systems, but also can help develop non-existing ones to ensure that we can save costs, we can save time, but more importantly, we can get projects to bankability and to being financed quicker than we've been doing without the existence of technology. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to move very swiftly to our next panel because, as I indicated, our one of our lead speakers has got to. Colleagues, just to request you once again, kindly mute your microphones. It is quite distracting for the speakers to have interference while speaking. So one of our lead speakers, Mr. Ivan Tiago Machado Oliveira, has got to leave. He's got time constraints. So I will request him to speak first, but just to quickly indicate that this session is going to focus on the use of green transition and sustainable finances and how these can be unlocked to unpack the key prerequisites and trade-offs that must be considered when we are doing the PPP and infrastructure financing. And so with that, Mr. Ivan, please take the floor. You have 20 minutes to speak. And Mr. Yong Wang will also have 20 minutes. And as I indicated, at 18 minutes, I will remind you to please wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you, connecting to the BRICS agenda. I used to follow the BRICS from the academic point of view, coordinating the agenda in Brazil for the think tanks and the BTTC. And right now, being at the Ministry of Finance, more than a pleasure to come back and bring to you some perspectives from Brazil on financing sustainable infrastructure and sustainable development. Well, let me first bring, let's say, the big picture, and then maybe go to some of the specifics that we have in Brazil as a case that we could have to see how to deal with financing sustainable development today. One critical aspect I do see in this agenda is that we have really, let's say, two well-connected dimensions that we need to deal with in order to get financing right. The first one is really connected to domestic policy. It's really connected to homework and how the countries are going to implement new economic instruments in order to scale up finance for transition, for transformation in their economies. So in that regard, I'd say, well, connected to regulations, I think the ministries of finance do have a key role in that sense, but also the central banks and other regulators in our economies. So reframing the way we deal with economic policy in order to really facilitate financing for sustainable projects is something quite important. And in that sense, just to bring to you and connect you to the Brazilian case I mentioned, Brazil has just launched an ecological transformation plan. That's going to be, let's say, the umbrella plan for the whole government in the years to come, connecting the whole structures of the government and policies and programs toward goals that really mean a transformation of our economic metrics in a way that can deal with climate imperatives, but also with our social agenda that is absolutely critical for developing countries. So it's absolutely important for the BRICS. In that sense, connecting climate and development, so having a broader perspective on sustainability is absolutely essential to have in mind when reviewing our economic instruments. With the ecological transformation plan, for example, we deal with a couple of important instruments that some developing countries are starting to flex muscles in order to have them right. And I mentioned to you, and it's part of the homework agenda, let's say. First one has to do with taxonomies. So the idea of having a sustainable and social taxonomy is absolutely important for our countries to really help create markets and help understand what is green, what is not, what is helping the country connect to the sustainable development objectives of our countries. So dealing with our social aspects too, and what is not. So in that sense, we've been, the Minister of Finance has been leading, together with other ministries, an agenda in Brazil, and right now we have a public consultation on our sustainable taxonomy. That something's going to help us frame the way we deal with the agenda. But also, I do see that a good point that is connecting with that instrument, really public and private agendas. So with the taxonomies, there's also a great opportunity to scale up private sector domestically, but also internationally when it comes to financing in developing countries. So that's a critical instrument, and I'd say it should be part of our homework in this very first dimension. The second one has to do with carbon markets. It's absolutely important for developing countries to start also to assess how they're going to build their carbon markets, and then we also need to start to discuss how to connect our carbon markets. Right now in Brazil, we have just a carbon market that is connected to voluntary aspects, and so it's the idea right now is really to try to create a regulated carbon market in the country, and the executive branch has just sent to the Congress a bill of law that builds the regulated carbon market in Brazil. Also quite important and effective, I'd say, for some developing countries in order to assess how to deal with the transition agenda, but also how to get benefits out of it in our transition processes. So carbon markets are important, but there is this somehow tension between voluntary and regulated. I think we need to put more efforts into framing the two and how both the two could exist somehow, helping our countries finance sustainable development. And there's a third one that is also quite important, and it's also part of this ecological transformation plan that we have just launched. Again, a plan that is led by the Minister of Finance together with the Minister of Environment. So something, again, quite important is to bring some of the key ministries, and the finance minister, for example, to that agenda is something that helps push it and bring new solutions, coordinating the agenda within the government. And the third point on the homework side, I'd say that is the idea of creating frameworks for sustainable bonds issuances. So our Treasury just 2 weeks ago has launched the framework for a sustainable bond in Brazil. And we do see that as a great opportunity for countries like ours in order to really reap the benefits of this transition process in the world, but also with the strong hand of the Treasury really trying to get out of the markets some money that could finance our economies through those bonds. So those three aspects, I'd say there are a couple of others, but then just staying the three key ones, I'd say would be really important when it comes to addressing some of the homework challenges we have when it comes to financing. In our case, we do see this agenda of the sustainable bond as a critical one. So part of our infrastructure plan that we call Growth Accelerating Pact or plan in Brazil, most of the money that we're going to need to finance infrastructure is going to come from public sources, including national development banks. And let me mention them here, because they're really important in our economies. I know that's the case of Brazil, South Africa, or India, also the case of China and Russia. So we do have important national development banks, and they are well connected and of sustainable development. So with the Treasury and the national banks, we can really have a push on critical infrastructure and development projects in our countries. And with that, really bring the private sector into those projects whenever necessary. So on the homework side, let me just emphasize, and with a couple of examples from Brazil, give you what I understand would be critical for developing countries to deal with that agenda. But then on the international side of it, we're dealing with how to connect our transition plans with the international agenda, with the international money, that is the trillions that they say that are there willing to generate impact, but right now do not really get to our markets. So one point that I do understand that is quite important, and that will be part of our priority agenda during the G20 presidency that's just about to start in December, or the Brazilian presidency in 2024, is really think about the multilateral development banks as a system. We have plenty of banks right now. Some of them are well capitalized. Some of them maybe would need a new round of capitalization in order to increase impact. We have branches that deal with private sector investments. We have branches that deals with sovereign-backed loans, and so the idea of having the multilateral development banks as a system would be important, because what we do need to do with that kind of money, and let's remember that is essentially public money allocated from the treasuries of our countries into those banks so that they can scale it up and really get, let's say, cheap money to some key development projects in our countries. But we do need to scale it up. In order to scale it up, or again, for some banks, maybe you can think about having a capitalization process, but also implementing the capital adequacy framework review recommendations that we had just quite recently last year in the G20 would be something important. So pushing the banks to really go for more risk, to really play a key role in that transition processes in our economies, and doing more with the money that they have, but also somehow delivering some money for those banks that are in need. That's one aspect of the idea of scaling it up. But also those banks, they do need to review the way they deal with the money, with the project, with the processes in order to get a loan approved. So something critical, I think, in the financing agenda for infrastructure and sustainable infrastructure is really go into the operational review of those banks in a way that they can really speed up things. You know, the processes, if climate is absolutely imperative and we need to deal with it now, we cannot wait for a project to be approved in a bank for 2 years. So it is cheap money. It helps us deliver on some especially in long-term projects, as it is the case for infrastructure, for example. But the money really needs to get to the ground as quickly as possible. Obviously, with due diligence and everything that needs to be set so that the banks can really get a sense that the money is it's going to be well used. But the point is, the system as a whole, there are some banks that are quicker, there are some others that are not, but the system as a whole needs a push in order to deliver quickly, because the imperatives are really for today, not for tomorrow. So that's something also quite important. In another aspect, I think dealing with the multilateral development banks is really try to bring them to our countries, and in that sense, reinforcing the relationship between the banks and the countries in a way that they come and they finance what we understand we need. So let's say a country ownership of the whole process, and somehow the country bringing the banks to projects where there is the most need of money, where we cannot really finance in our domestic market with our national banks or with the private sector, is absolutely important. So reinforcing that connection is crucial. I do see some multilateral development banks in some developing countries crowding out the private sector. So in some countries like Brazil, let's say, for example, when it comes to energy investments, wind power and solar, for example, right now it's pretty much financed by the private sector in Brazil. So to tell you the truth is that it's not that we're not that much in need of cheap money from the multilateral development banks for energy transition in Brazil. Although for some specific projects we may, but that's not the case for some other developing countries, that if they do not have the cheap money from those banks or from MDBs, the projects will not come to fruition. So addressing the challenges on a country basis is absolutely essential and critical for the banks to really deliver more impact. And when it comes to impact, also, I do see that we need to reinforce the systems of assessment on impact. So absolutely crucial that we connect the banks to other stakeholders, including the private sector, but again, bringing it to a country perspective, addressing the challenges, addressing our NDCs, addressing our sectoral plans, so that we are really leading that process, and we can really get the money from MDBs to where it is most needed in our countries. When I say about stakeholders, there are some pools of money or institutions that would be interested of taking a good look at. That is the vertical funds, the green vertical funds. So like the Green Climate Fund, the Climate Investment Funds, or the JEF, or the Adaptation Fund, for example. You have plenty of other trust funds that are there. But taking the four main ones, for example, we do need to streamline access. And I can tell you, I deal with those funds here at the Ministry of Finance, and it is just too complicated to get the money out of those funds. And we're pretty much talking about money from developed countries. That's not the case of the JEF, for example. Brazil has also placed some money there during the last replenishment. But most of the money that we have in those funds, those green funds, comes from the developed countries' treasuries. And what they want when they place money in the GCF, for example, they want that money to really generate impact in some important elements of our climate agenda, for example. And it is just too complicated, even for countries like Brazil, even for institutions like our National Development Bank, for example, to get the money out of the GCF and really get that part of concessional finance that would be important for some specific projects in our country, for example, connected to other parts of money so that we can really leverage it up and scale it up in a way that we can deliver more impact. So streamlining access to those funds is also very important. And I'd say it is a relatively low-hanging fruit that we have in our hands. So getting access to concessional finance, placing concessional finance in projects where they're most needed, so where we do need concessional finance in order to scale it up, connecting better the funds to the multilateral development banks, but also to private sector investors in a way that we can really bring it to a new level. Just to give you an example, last June, during the Trust Fund Committee meetings of the Climate Investment Funds in Brazil, we approved our investment program for the renewable energy integration program of the CIFs. With that program, we had $70 million in concessional finance, and we allocated it in two projects. The two projects together are going to scale that $70 million to $1 billion investments in Brazil on the ground, from other multilateral development banks, from subnational governments, and so on. So that's a good example on how we can really use blended finance mechanisms and use the institutions that we have now in our system, the multilateral development banks, the funds, and connect them in a way that we can scale the whole system up and really deliver more impact than what we're doing right now. In fact, there is plenty of money that is waiting to be used in those funds. And that's also going to be in our G20 agenda next year during the Brazilian presidency, how we can really connect the dots, connect those institutions, and really help the system as a whole to scale investments up in sustainable projects. So those are some of the points I'd like to bring to you. There is this agenda a lot connected to domestic policy. There's a lot connected to homeworks that we need to do when it comes to regulations, taxonomies, carbon markets, and so on. There is this international agenda that's well connected to the domestic one that we also need to deal with, and we need to reinforce those connections between the two dimensions in a way that we can really bring new solutions, new mechanisms, new instruments that can be helpful, useful for our countries. And again, it is absolutely critical that we do it quickly. So we intend to use our G20 presidency next year, and also building on the Indian presidency, and then maybe connecting well to our South African presidency in 2025 on how we can get the system out of the status quo, dealing with the institutions that we have, but creating new mechanisms, new instruments that really connect the pots of money that are there and addresses our challenges, again, having our countries leading the whole process. So those are some of the ideas I'd like to bring to you. Thank you very much. I beg your pardon. I need to go to another meeting right now. Well, my colleague who deals with that sustainable finance agenda here with me, Lucas, will be with you and keen to answer any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for making the time and hanging on for us to allow you to speak. So thank you. And we look forward to hearing from Mr. Tasqueto when we go into the Q&A session. Thank you. I think a lot of very, very rich points that have been raised there on the domestic or internal arrangements, but also on the arrangements within multilateral development banks to unlock green financing. I think a lot of interesting examples of what's happening in Brazil, trying to moderate the tension between voluntary and regulated carbon markets, for example, developing the framework for sustainable bond issuance, just rethinking how ministries of finance and central banks think of economic policy, and how to review the economic instruments that are adopted and used to address those green financing needs. And then at the multilateral development bank level, I think it's going to come through quite a bit even in the next session, the discussions that are happening right now on the evolution of MDBs, reviewing capital adequacy frameworks in order to increase the risk appetite of the MDBs, country ownership or demand-driven project prioritization when it comes to sustainability issues and green projects, reinforcing systems and operating models within the banks to make sure that even when you've unlocked the money and you've increased your risk appetite, you actually can deliver efficiently in a way that actually ultimately directly unlocks the funds in as quick a shorter time as possible. And also the example on the concessional, the $70 million concessional finance that has unlocked $1 billion or prospectively will unlock $1 billion through blended finance mechanisms. A lot of interesting examples and food for thought there. And I suspect there'll be some complementarities and some new points to learn from our next speaker, Mr. Wang Yong from China, the CAD Fund. Mr. Yong, please do take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, for your introduction. Let me first introduce generally about China-Africa Development Fund, as well as China Portuguese-speaking countries Cooperation Fund. As you may know, China-Africa Development Fund, CAD Fund, is China's first equity fund focused on investing in Africa, while China Portuguese-speaking countries Cooperation Fund focus on equity investment in Portuguese-speaking countries. CADF and CPDF both operate in a market-oriented investment approach, taking green as the basic principles for its investment cooperation, and incorporating environmental, social, and governance factors into its project evaluation process to help enhance the capacity building of African countries as well as Portuguese-speaking countries. Infrastructure is always the main sector of our investment, because everybody knows that infrastructure is critical and prerequisite of self-development capacity building, as well as the transitional economic development. Give you the up-to-date data. By the end of last month, CADF has committed investment of over $6.8 billion in 39 African countries, leveraging the investment of over $31 billion of Chinese enterprises in Africa. And by the same data, CPDF has committed the investment of over 600 million US dollars with investment in 4 Portuguese-speaking countries. Secondly, I would like to give you some examples how we adhere to high standards and practice the concept of green development. CADF and CPDF vigorously practices the concept of green and low carbon investment and increased support for green infrastructure projects in African countries and Portuguese-speaking countries. There are 2 examples. One is the fund supports China Mobile Corporation and the China Telecom Corporation to participate into Africa's digital economy development, including build and operate international submarine cables, regional backbone networks, and other communication infrastructure. China Telecom Group has constructed and operated more than 10 submarine optical cables related to Africa, and has cooperated with over 100 mainstream operators locally to achieve full coverage of telecom services in Africa. The project also benefits more local people through online education, community connectivity, and other means. There are 2 pictures. One is the project of telecommunication project of the local community, and the other one is the submarine cables. It's under construction right now. Another example is in Nigeria. CADF, in cooperation with China Merchant Group, jointly invested in the acquisition and operation of the Tin Can Port container terminals in Nigeria. Since China's participation in management, the annual throughput can reach up to nearly 500,000 TEUs, effectively improving the regional transportation and the logistics infrastructure development. Another example is in Ghana. CADF invested jointly with China Shenzhen Energy Group, jointly invested in Ensogo gas power plant. It is currently the largest gas power generation plant in Ghana, with an annual power generation capacity of 3 billion kilowatt hours. With this clean and safe electricity energy, it provides 25%, over 25% of Ghana's electricity demand. The gas power generation technology significantly reduce the local carbon emissions compared to traditional coal-fired power plants. And thirdly, I would like to introduce some projects we have invested in improving the local well-being. CADF has always adhered to the principles of mutual benefits and green development, and is committed to financing and supporting high-quality, sustainable, inclusive, and accessible infrastructure and livelihood projects. For instance, in Tanzania, we, in cooperation with the 4th largest cement factory of China, Huaxin Group, invested in a cement plant in Maweni, Tanzania. We used advanced dust collection equipment And this plant can collect the dust rate 99%, while using waste heat power generation to meet 50% of the electricity demand of the plant. So the effect of green investment and the new technology application is quite outstanding. It was to mention that this project, we finished the whole process of investment during the pandemic. From the very beginning of business negotiation, construction, equipment installment, commissioning, until full capacity production. And this project creates 420 jobs for the local community. And fourthly, I'd like to explain to you how we advocate for sustainability and explore innovative cooperation with other investment partners. Internally, this fund actively implements the new development concept, focusing on new opportunities for deep integration for new industries, such as digital technology, artificial intelligence, and 5Gs, explores innovative applications of BOT, PPP. For instance, I think this fund is quite successful running in equity investment, that is industrial parks. We have invested industrial parks in Nigeria, in Egypt, in Mauritius, Ethiopia, in a model of PPP, that is in cooperation with the local governments. While this fund contributes capital in cash, Chinese companies contribute cash and technology equipment, and the local governments contributes in kinds, mostly lands, and of course incentives policies to support the parks. So within the park, we make all the manufacturing infrastructure and the facility ready so that we can efficiently and effectively absorb more investments from abroad. Finally, I think it was to mention that this fund has set up a kind of close relationship with other international development financial institutions, such as World Bank, IFC, African Development Bank, and UN development agencies like UNDP and the International Trade Center. We have successfully run a program with IFC of UN and DFID of UK. We set up a program to promote the investment opportunities in light industry and agriculture, specifically in China and Europe, which in the past 5 years, we have quite successful achievements in absorb more investments in these two areas to African countries. So today for us, we think we are ready to closely cooperate with related equities within the framework of BRICS financial cooperation, so that we can explore more opportunities and the models in the sense of blended financing, aiming to encourage more private equities into African and the Portuguese-speaking countries, while we use a green concept and a sustainability development concept. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang Yong. I think very interesting to see the number of countries and the scale and breadth of the projects undertaken by the fund. But I think I particularly like the idea of setting up industrial parks and using those as a way of getting countries ready to actually start receiving additional funding beyond just the money that comes from these funds, both from MDBs, but also from other bilateral funders, as well as private equity, as you say, which seems to be a particular target for the fund. So thank you very much for your presentation. You have been very, very efficient and generous with your time, because you have allowed us to donate a little bit more of it to the next two speakers. Initially, they were going to get 5 minutes each. I know it's always very tight and constraining to do it in 5 minutes, but because you've saved us a bit of time, I think we can just give them some leeway to take it to 8 minutes if they want to, so an additional 3 minutes each. So I will then call on Mr. Neil Cole, who will just share his perspectives on what he's heard from the two lead speakers, but also any additional points that or thoughts that he may have from the South African experience on trying to finance green projects. And thereafter, I'll request Ms. Asyat Bakatriova and Marina Slutskaya from Russia to give us the Russian perspective. So, Mr. Neil Cole, you have 8 minutes to speak. Please take the floor. But if you don't want to take them, it's all right too. You can stick to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Nomfundo. I timed my speech when I was practicing, and it worked out to just 5 minutes. So now I need to add another 3 minutes to that. But let me just say that I found the two presentations really interesting, and there's certainly lots of commonality between the experience that we are having in the financing of our Just Energy Transition Investment Plan. And also as we move towards the next stage, and that is, developing that project pipeline within the various portfolios, and the lessons from China definitely is interesting. Maybe just some background. So last year, South Africa finalized its Just Energy Transition Investment Plan, and it was within the framework of the JET-P, or the JET Partnership, a partnership between the South African government through the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team and the International Partnership Group. And as many of you would know, on offer was an amount of $8.5 billion that was a pledge by the International Partnership Group. We decided as a country to develop a plan that would represent the entire cost of the 5-year transition, or the 5 years towards a transition towards our NDC targets or achievement of our NDC targets in 2050. So the 8.5 billion is really a contribution, not insignificant, but a contribution towards a plan that we costed in the region of about $98 billion. The plan covers 3 priority areas. There's the electricity sector, which is essentially about the decarbonization, South Africa being a coal-intensive country. And in terms of the decarbonization, it covers investments in generation, in the distribution network, and also in transmission. The next is the NEV and green hydrogen portfolios. And it's really about early stage investments in those two priority areas. Being a transition and wanting to ensure that transition is just, we cover fairly extensively in this investment plan the impact that the transition is going to have, particularly on the Mpumalanga province, because it is the Mpumalanga province where we have our coal power stations and also our coal mines in the majority. So it's about ensuring that the impact that this transition will have on about 200,000 coal value chain workers is also catered for. So it's about the transition out and also the transition in of those workers, the communities surrounding those coal power stations, and then also, very importantly, how the economy of the province is going to be diversified. Skills for the new green economy is also an important focus of our investment plan. Being a plan in the region of $98 billion over the next 5 years, we're going to have to access a variety of sources of financing. And I suppose this now brings us to the commonality with the Brazilian experience, in that we are looking at all types of instruments, but ensuring that those instruments are fit for purpose, and also, you know, as wide a field of financing sources, and in many ways beyond just the the IPG. So already in discussion with the NDB, in discussions with development finance institutions in South Africa, in discussions with the China Exim Bank, and it's going to go beyond that. I think it's good in speaking about these different types of instruments to also think about, you know, how are they fit for purpose, and what type of projects should we, or portfolios should we match to the different instruments. So we have grants that we have in our financing package. And as I think many of you know, grants are typically allocated for technical assistance and studies. We want to increasingly see how grants can be allocated for those impact mitigation projects, but also how grants can be drawn increasingly into blended finance. Concessional loans will make up a sizable proportion of the financing requirement, and where we've allocated the concessional financing is largely for the decarbonization aspects of the JET IP. So as you may know, embedded in our plan is the Accelerating Coal Transition Investment Plan that combines highly concessional climate finance, further concessional financing from the African Development Bank, the World Bank, and the IFC, and then also crowds in about an equivalent amount from the private sector. So typically a PPP, and in many ways an instrument that blends public and public finance as well as grants. We would need to allocate a sizable proportion of our concessional loans that we've already secured to investments in the transmission grid. And the reason for that is that our transmission grid in South Africa is constrained. We've had a successful independent power producer program in new generation or renewable generation, but many of those projects have had to be held back because of the constraints on the transmission grid. So we certainly need to be directing financing towards investment in the transmission grid, which will include new build as well as looking at the optimization of the existing grid. Our distribution network is aging and requires a substantive investment in just maintenance and then also modernization. So does that mean I have another 5 minutes, Nomfundo?
You actually have a good minute left.
Oh, okay. I'm almost done. I just wanted to maybe cover some challenges that we are facing, and the challenges is really about unlocking the concessional lending. They say that we should innovate during times of plenty, and it comes to that very important biblical lesson that many, I hope, public finance practitioners turn to, and that is Joseph's interpretation of the Pharaoh's dream about the 7 years of plenty and the 7 lean years. And South Africa is going through a lean period at the moment. And the concessional loans that we do have in the IPG package would require a government guarantee, as well as any borrowing to our electricity utility company would require an exemption. So it's about the absorptive capacity of both the public sector and the private sector that is posing some challenges at the moment, which, as I think both the Chinese speaker as well as the Brazilian speaker spoke of, we're going to have to think very creatively and also come up with innovative ways in which we're going to be able to finance this very substantive need that the JET investment plan has identified. And then my last point as a wrap up, and that is, I remember one of our finance ministers who I worked under when I was at the Treasury always made the point that every good plan can be funded. And I think there's a lot of truth in there, but that also raises the challenge of, or the question of, what is a good plan? And I think some of the points have been made in the earlier contributions. A good plan obviously needs that alignment. A good plan needs to align to the country's transformation plans and vision, and not something that is done by the country because it's been imposed on the country by outsiders. I think a good plan does need to smooth out the financing. So we are transitioning as a country in the midst of a infrastructure that requires very fast and substantive investment, but all of it cannot be done at the same time. So a good plan needs to show that you are smoothing out the investment. I think a good plan needs to identify financing that is fit for purpose, and that is a point that I have made, and to look at how is the return going to be achieved, and then maybe the final point on what would represent a good plan is just understanding that if there are going to be various instruments, and if a lot of it is going to be financed through public-private partnerships, that the private sector does come into the partnership with very different interests, very different benefits that they are looking for, and very different risks that they are going to want to mitigate, which is quite different to that of the public sector. So thank you, Nomfundo, and let me end there, and thank you for the extra 3 minutes.
or extra 5 or 10 in this case. But yeah, thank you very much, Neil. The additional minutes, I think, helped expand on some very critical and important issues that I'm hoping that in the Q&A session we can certainly take up a bit further. Certainly seeing the synergies between your presentation and Brazil. I think the issue of the instruments, and not just what instruments were designed, but which instruments are fit for which particular purpose. That's a critical one. Related to that is the issue of concessional financing. What do you use, or what money is available on concessional terms, and where do you direct it? And at the same time, what money can you then access from the private sector, given, as you said, the fact that they come with their own particular interests and risks and understanding and interpretation of risk and that they would like to mitigate in any of the projects that they finance. I think it would be interesting during the Q&A to hear a bit more from CADF on some of these issues that you've raised, particularly on the concessional aspects of the lending, and the issue of government guarantees. I'd be quite keen to hear what the fund conceptualizes as their risk appetite relative to, for example, MDPs, or relative to your private funders, and whether or not the issue of government guarantees comes up in some of the discussions that the fund has with the governments that it's been engaging. So I think let me stop there. We can, as I said, we can come back to some of these issues during the Q&A session. And at this point, I would like to call on our next panelist. I think I'm assuming that both will be presenting simultaneously, or one will hand over to the other rather. Ms. Bakatrova and Ms. Slutskaya. You have 8 minutes as well. And at the 6th minute, I will switch on my camera to indicate that you have 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you so much, but I cannot turn on the camera. I don't know why. The organizer switched it off. Nevertheless, thank you so much, and I would like to share my deep appreciation for the speaker, because the presented experience is really full of different cases regarding infrastructure projects that were implemented in different parts of the world, and what were very interesting for us, for Moscow city government, that they use different types of investing, like PPP and BOT, because in Moscow we're also 1 minute. Yes, it's okay. Because in Moscow we're also widely developing different types of public and private partnership. And regarding to the Moscow experience, I would like to probably mention that the most famous green projects of Moscow government, the issue of the green bonds for the population. We name them civil bonds, and according to the conclusion of an independent expert organization, the bond issue is recognized as responding both Russian and international standards. And the funds were directed to the implementation of priority city projects, ensuring the reduction of emissions of pollutants and greenhouse gases from transport branch. And the funds were directed to replace the bus fleet of Moscow with electric buses, and for the construction of a big ring line of the metro, and to the longest circular line in the world. Another case that I would like to mention is the sustainable project that is Moscow comprehensive project that is dedicated to reduce the migration in the city, as well as to promote correct and sustainable urban zoning. We name this project Working-Life Balance. What is it about? Now, developers in Moscow can receive special benefits from the Moscow government to reduce the payment for changing of the type of permitted use of land plot while accomplishing residential construction projects. If they additionally create workplaces for district residents in the important for the city fields like sports or social or cultural infrastructure. Thus, the city can develop sustainably and polycentrically, solving the accumulated zoning difficulties and balancing district development by using innovative urban planning and partnership with the business. And I would like to mention also that the partnership with the business is the main goal for Moscow investment project. Especially, we are developing different types of public-private partnership as offset contracts, concession agreements, and we use them also to create plans that will not be useful for economic destination, but also creating workplaces and developing the city in industrial direction. It's all from my speech. If Marina wants something to add.
Yes, sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. At least it is afternoon here in Moscow, and I'm really grateful for inviting us here. And it is my pleasure to be here and to speak today. Actually, I would like to emphasize a couple of things we do have here in Russia in order to finance infrastructure successfully and in order to do it in a sustainable way, as long as this is the topic of our today's discussion. First of all, I would like to start that it is like one of several BRICS seminars I'm participated this year, and what I see is that we all do have a very common problems, and they include infrastructure which is sustainable, achievable, and needed for every single population. And the rest, I think that some of the instruments and some of the techniques could be common as well. And that's why it is so important to exchange our views in the events like today's one. In Russia, we do have all the regulation and all the infrastructure needed in order to finance infrastructure and in order to do it sustainable. As you know, we have our internal goal, and it is on the legislation level to be carbon neutral by 2060. And the rest, several years ago, we made, our government made the taxonomy, which has many things in common with the European one and the Chinese one, for example. And it has all the directions which are named green or sustainable and which we could finance. And infrastructure is a very important part of this taxonomy, including some transportation, including social infrastructure, and some other types of it. The second thing is that we do have the market infrastructure needed to finance it all, and in order to do it sustainable. Stock exchanges work here, and Moscow Stock Exchange is part of international network of sustainable exchanges. We do have rating agencies and ESG ratings, and the opportunity to verify our bonds and loans and other financial instruments as sustainable, including green, social, and other types of sustainable financial instruments. As a result, the market of green, social, and sustainable bonds is around 550 billion rubles, which is around 1% of all the bonds which we have here in Russia. And if you compare it, the world figures, it is a bit higher. Yeah, the percentage is low, but still it is developing thing. And what else? The development banks, which were discussed today broadly by Brazilian speaker and by some other speakers, are well developed here as well. And they are targeted to do some things which commercial banks can't do, including things connected to finance infrastructure. First and foremost, they are connected to the government, and I'm part of one of those banks, and we do discuss the goals and the needed projects with the regions of Russia and the government of Russia in order to choose what to finance first and in order to have priorities. Second, the development institutions do bring pipeline and do prepare projects in order they to be ready to be financed. Third, we do undertake risk, and we do undertake the projects which are a little bit below of the projects which commercial banks can finance. And that's very important because in like some regions, you need to add to finance something which is needed, and we do have some subsidized projects, programs which helps to bring those projects into life. Fourth, we do work in order to have private capital to finance those projects. I know that one of my colleagues yesterday spoke to you and discussed that we do have the mechanism of bringing capital markets money into infrastructure products. Because we do cover the bonds we issue with our warranty, and that make it feasible. And those are the main things which I think are very important, and those I think could be brought to discussion by you as well in order to solve the challenges and in order to face the challenges we do have nowadays. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both speakers and for really observing the time. Again, some synergies coming up here. You mentioned the issue of taxonomies, which was mentioned by our lead speaker, and how we can use the taxonomies, to create markets and develop the links between the public and private sector. Another issue that had come up earlier was the issue of using policy and regulation. And I think the special benefits that you're mentioning, for example, in urban zoning and the benefits that are built in to incentivize developers of social and cultural infrastructure projects. Those are some of the lessons that I think are very useful for sharing amongst the BRICS countries. I'm going to actually immediately move on to the Q&A, just so we can claw back a bit of time, we are scheduled to finish at 20 past, but I think we can open up for a set of 3 questions. I think that I already saw one in the chat. Just to say to you, if you would like to speak, please put your hand up, and then the IT team will just unmute you so you are able to make your contribution. So please do signal by raising your hand. In the meantime, we'll take the question here from Nobisa Daniels. And she's asking, is financing the biggest constraint in advancing the climate resilience agenda, or are there other impediments? Is there consensus on how we should transition, and what are the trade-offs? Nobisa hasn't necessarily indicated who it's directed at, but maybe let me start with you, Neil, since you were focusing on the just energy transition in particular, just to respond to Nobisa's question.
Thank you very much, Nomfundo, and thank you, Nobisa, for the question. No, I mean, you're entirely right, and finance is never the single issue that many of these types of transformative programs face. I mean, it's a combination and intertwined and intersecting with the finance are issues, as you point out. What is a just transition? I think there are definitions in terms of ensuring that the transition is procedurally just, ensuring that the transition does include those that are going to be directly affected and indirectly affected by the transition, including them in the decision making, making sure that there is full transparency. I think all those issues are important. And then, I mean, just thinking through the various views, because I don't think that they even in South Africa that we have consensus in terms of timeframes. And in terms of what that energy mix is going to be, what has been the impact already? Have we responded fast enough? All those issues, I think, are going to be important and are important as we move forward. I mean, let's take Kumati, for instance, right? I mean, one of the first coal power stations that, well, probably the oldest one, and also one of the first coal power stations that we decommissioned. I think there's we need to acknowledge that there's some mistakes that have been made, and we need to learn from that. And one of the lessons from Kumati is that you need to start the repurposing and repowering a lot earlier, if not even before decommissioning. And you need to front load a lot of the preparation for the impact that the transition is going to have, so that the workers are taken care of, so that the communities surrounding a coal power station are not merely just taken care of, but also brought into the new economic activities that are taking place. I think a big complication, and I'll end with this point, well, maybe not a complication, I think it's a complexity with South Africa, is that, we speak about a transition that should leave no one behind, but we also are facing a situation where, 20 million South Africans are said to be living in abject poverty. Now, those are South Africans that have already been left behind, and they're not the ones that are going to be affected by this transition. They're not the 200,000 coal value chain workers. They're the South Africans that have been left behind And in thinking about this transformative program that we want to undertake, it's not just about looking after the 200,000 coal value chain workers. It's also about how you bring those that have been marginalized from economic activity in South Africa. How do you bring them into the new green energy sector? Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. And I think that issue of the communities which you raised and the very real direct impact on livelihoods is precisely the one that makes the financing or the discussion go beyond financing and really the difficult trade-offs that have to be made. And I think it's a very important point that I think is worth giving a shot at one more person, more of the speakers, if anyone would like to come in on this issue of the trade-offs and the experiences in your country. Mr. Dasketo, I don't know if you wanted to say anything. I know you were requested to take over. Did you want to come in on this point or any other point?
Hello, good afternoon to all. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd like to greet the organization and all the colleagues that are here today with us. On this specific question, if there is consensus on how we should transition, I fully agree with my colleague of South Africa. Our understanding here in Brazil is that we need to expand and integrate the just aspect of the transition. It seems to me that the just transition concept would lead to the recognition that economic, social, and environmental factors that lead to a gradual reduction of fossil fuels will generate opportunities for the creation of new livelihoods and jobs and leaves no one behind, in a way that transition finance considerations should not only focus on mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, but also and especially on climate adaptation and social issues. So it's just this specific point that I wanted to stress. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have about 4 minutes before we break. So to our speakers, is there anybody who wanted to follow up on a specific issue that may have arisen or something they may have forgotten to raise when they made their presentation? I'm not seeing any hands at this point. Can I just follow up on the one issue that I had raised after the presentation on the CADF? And how do you deal with or rather, what is the CADF's risk appetite relative to multilateral development banks, for example, and the constant request for or preference for government guarantees accompanying a lot of the financing for this green infrastructure? Could you just elaborate a little bit on that, on your risk appetite and how you manage the risks as a tailored fund for green financing?
Okay. Thank you. I think this question is it's a very good question because we often ask the same thing about government guarantee and if the fund can provide concessional loans. Let me put in this way. The main business model of this fund is doing equity investment and quasi equity. That is, theoretically, we do not provide loans unless we have been one of the shareholders of the joint ventures. We can provide some liquidity to the joint venture companies in a short period of time. We do not provide loans, whatever concessional or ordinary commercial loans like a bank. And of course, we do not ask for any means of government guarantee. The very outstanding feature of this fund's business is, while we provide capital contribution to make a project happen, to run a project successfully, we do not increase any financial burden for the local governments. That is, the business development of this fund is quite fast in the past 16 years. And our business model is quite welcomed by the local governments. When we make a business opportunity identification and business appraisal evaluation, the only thing we look at is the merits of the project per se. That is, whether the project can sustain, can viable by itself. In this means, I think equity investment is a very, very critical area in terms of a country's financial policy framework. That is the point I would like to stress. Frankly speaking, we encounter some difficulties when we try to first further speed up our equity investment in African and Portuguese-speaking countries. But we lack of support from the local financial institutions to provide financial supports, including short-term liquidity. Another thing is we are trying to connect our equity investment with concessional loans, with government public financial tools. That's another kind of blended financing in the sense of a PPP model. That is, currently we are closely working with other international financial institutions like AFDB, AIIB, and IFC, whether we can make a combination with our private equity investment with public financial tools. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you go, Mr. Yong, just a follow-up question on the board is the last question on how do you source your projects in Africa?
We have quite a successful sourcing system, I believe. One is we have set up a very close connection with the local business circles, including business chambers, institutions, consulting firms, law firms, investment bankings. Another thing is we have kept very close cooperation with the embassies, financial consultancies of the African countries in China. Another is we have 5 representative offices in the continent, in South Africa, Johannesburg, Ghana, Accra, Lusaka in Zambia, Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, and Nairobi in Kenya. These 5 offices covering the whole continent according to their respective areas. So these offices have kept very close working relationship with the related government institutions as well as the local business circles to collect the project information. The most important things is we have regular meetings with related governments, FDI promotion agencies. So we always try to make sure that our business activities are in strictly line with the local economic and the social development plan, especially their priority lists. So this kind of information exchanging is quite efficient and effective. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And on that note, I'd really like to thank all our speakers, as well as the participants, delegates who've asked questions, just to enrich the discussion further. And at this point, we have to break for lunch. We're supposed to break at 12:30, but I think we can claw back some of those minutes, and we can come back at 10 to. So we'll break now for about 10 minutes. Just take a bit of a comfort break, and we can come back at 10 to. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope you've managed to just refresh a little bit and get some air into the brain just to concentrate for the final stretch of our symposium. The next panel, I think we've already segued into it in the last session, looking at the role of multilateral development banks in financing infrastructure, and in particular, the NDB. I think the NDB is established at a critical time when there's a lot of discussion about evolution and the changing, evolving multilateral development bank landscape. And so we'd like to hear more on how the NDB can work closely with other NDBs and stakeholders to advance the agenda of ensuring that we have green, sustainable infrastructure in emerging economies and developing countries. So without further ado, I would like to call on our lead speaker, Mr. Monale Ratsuma from the New Development Bank. Monale, please take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nomfundo, and good afternoon for those in the afternoon, and good evening those in the evening, and good morning if there's anyone who's still in the morning. Brazil, I would imagine. I'm going to share some slides. Just bear with me 2 seconds. There. Okay. I think I want to just maybe start off with some introduction of what the NDB is about, and not assume that everyone is familiar with the work program of the NDB. What I would want to achieve is to also give you a journey of where the NDB comes from and what it has traveled, and what we are also picking up as possible areas that may need additional work. I think there's been some conversation about pipeline, wherein we believe that more can be done, and there is some specific interventions that will have to come in. We'll share some thought also on that. The NDB, in developing its niche on why it had to be introduced as an institution for infrastructure financing, obviously it had to be different to some of those that have been operating in the space of MDBs for a number of years. The one key introduction through the NDB was that it brought in the concept of using country systems, and I think this is quite critical, as has been quite a big stumbling block in some of the older MDBs in maybe penetrating and doing programs in developing and emerging countries. But even within this use of country systems, by country systems, I mean when we do projects on matters such as procurement, then we tend to lean a lot on systems that exist within the particular member country that we are doing projects in, and also on matters of environment, we tend to lean on approvals that are done within a member country. And the importance of that obviously is that then we don't end up with a bit of tension on how policy priorities are determined within member countries. But we still have to satisfy a certain principle. So it's not to be that if a country's got very loose system on procurement, then our projects will run the risk because of having irregularities and so forth. So principles, of course, such as that when there's procurement done in a member country, that should be done on a very transparent basis. And also it must follow a competitive process. I think really key pillars in how you look at procurement overall and governance when it comes to project. And furthermore, so initial member countries paid in capital of the bank was about 2 billion per member of the 5. And of course, there's been additional paid in capital with the new members that have joined in the most recent years, subscribed capital and authorized capital in structure. That initially bought the shareholders about 20% of the bank. And I think it is key there that in the way that the bank had been set up, is that there would not be any member that's got a veto right over any other. So regardless of whether South Africa is a smaller country relative to all the other NDB members, it was sharing equal power within the bank in terms of decision making. So beyond that, the initial paid-in capital, I think the bank had been undergoing a process for new membership. Our most newest members, Egypt, Bangladesh, and UAE, that have paid in capital. So we are now, as the Africa Regional Center of the NDB, initially been operating only with South African project. We're now able to go as far as Egypt to look at projects. There are a number of other countries that are at different processes within the bank in terms of joining the bank. You would have picked up that there are new members of BRICS that are coming through at the beginning of January. But one should not confuse between members of BRICS and members of the bank. So members of the bank can be members of the bank and not necessarily be the members of BRICS and vice versa. So the process of membership of the bank has got its own criteria in terms of the bank having to screen new members. So there is a separate process for new members to join the bank, as I've indicated, all at different levels. So where this thing matters, of course, is that the bank enjoys currently a AA credit rating. And one of the weaknesses that the rating agencies have said for it to graduate to a AAA is that it is currently only concentrated in terms of shareholding. So the process of expansion of membership is geared towards strengthening the bank further to achieve a AAA status. What that obviously does, it means that we are able to even fund ourselves much cheaper than where we are able to fund ourselves in capital markets. And by so doing, be able to lend even at much more competitive rates to our borrowers. So that is a strategy. That's the destination for the bank, is to achieve the AAA status. In terms of strategy for 2022, 2026, so the bank will be putting a lot of focus on climate action financing. I think 40% of the portfolio is going to be leaning more towards climate financing. 30% of the financing will be leaning more towards local currency, 30% of the financing to non-sovereign operations, and 20% in the strategy would be geared towards co-financing with other MDBs, collaboration. Already in a number of countries where we operate, because we usually do not take full risk on a project, we tend to bring in other MDBs that are obviously very similar in the way we do things. Sometimes we lean on the systems of the AFDB, and sometimes we lean on the systems of the World Bank, because we do not really differ much in terms of how we do projects and how we would undergo due diligence. And on local currencies in South Africa, in fact, we've just recently issued a Rand bond. So the Rand bond is intended to finance, obviously, local currency Rand project. I think in the discussions in very many instances where we've been exploring partnership for financing, our customers have been quite clear that they do not want, or they don't have much appetite to take in FX exposure. And by so doing, I think the process of strengthening local currency financing is geared towards that response. We've done so in China, and there's a process in Brazil, a process in Russia, and a process in India that is already in place, such that we can respond to the wish from our borrowers that we finance in local currency. This is in fact, a very key conversation on local currency, because a lot of times there's perhaps a bit of confusion between the conversation on de-dollarization, on whether de-dollarization is a mechanism through which the bank has adopted as part of his strategy. In the way that we think of it within the bank is that the call, let's say, from our financiers or from our borrowers for local currency is therefore almost, or it can be seen as a de-dollarization process from avoiding FX exposure by so doing within their book. So in our case, then we are responding, understanding the efficiency of having to finance in local currency. So one of the processes, for instance, that the bank is going to be putting in place in this case is that if a South African entity or institution is doing a project that has high import content, say from China, and it is proving to be cheaper, that we can finance it directly with Chinese renminbi. And then we will have that ability with the bank having been able to run borrowing in renminbi and a balance sheet in renminbi that will respond. And the end goal being that we're able to offer a much more competitive outcome to the client. Co-financing with other MDBs, I've indicated on that. I think increasingly in many of the projects that we are doing across member countries, we are co-financing with various MDBs. We're doing parallel financing in other countries. In South Africa, a number of examples, which maybe I may share slightly later on the project that we have done, where in partnership either with the World Bank or in partnership either with the African Development Bank. Private sector lending, still very new. A very small share of the bank's portfolio at the moment is private sector. Obviously, the reason being that I think at the very first instance, the bank, in terms of trying to ramp up its portfolio, there was a lot of drive and more opportunities with sovereign projects, and some of the member countries presenting mainly sovereign projects. But we're looking to reshift or rebalance the portfolio for more corporate lending and project finance. And the number of those that we're exploring here, South Africa, and also in other countries where we are operating, there are a few projects that project finance, or also the corporate lending. And of course, this is like within a broader category of non-sovereign, which will include national DFIs. And in the case of South Africa, we've done projects with the DBSA and also with the IDC. So in terms of where the bank's offering broadly, so I've touched a bit on the sovereign project. I think that has been a big chunk of what the bank has done so far across all member countries, either lending directly to the sovereign or lending to other state-owned entities on the back of a state guarantee. The importance there that is worth highlighting is that when we lend to a state-owned entity on the back of a guarantee, we offer the same pricing terms as we would offer the sovereign. So there's no differentiation whether an ESCOM is borrowing or a national treasury is borrowing. If the ESCOM is borrowing at with the support of the state through a guarantee, the term sheet will be almost identical. We have a strong wish to do subnationals or municipalities. Very few opportunities given the challenge with the credit rating of many municipalities here in South Africa and in other member countries. We have had a very good attempt with City of Johannesburg, and we still wish to pursue with some promises that the transaction could be concluded in the not so distant future. I've indicated on corporate lending. A number of projects have been done on the basis of this. Project finance still very much new area, but we've got a very healthy pipeline on project finance that we think if we convert, it should be at least now starting to deliver on the strategy for 2022 to 2026. We also go a little step further in the way that we think of our operations and to interpret our operations in terms of SDGs. So we then unpack the project and see how much of the project that have been done thus far, approvals within the bank, contributing to alleviating hunger, that are contributing to provision of quality education across member countries, contributing towards affordable and clean energy. As you would see there, if you're able to see the slides, a large share of our projects thus far have gone towards industry and innovation and infrastructure, and have also gone towards clean energy and so forth. So I think this just helps us to see if we are in any way being successful if we define ourselves on the basis of being a development finance or multilateral development finance institution. Operations in member countries to date, the bank has thus far approved about $33 billion worth of projects. As I indicated, that quite a sizable share of that has been in sovereign loans. Of course, then there's an intention to change the figures around and make it much more balanced with the work we're doing now in the private sector. Across member countries, there's a bit of a balance maybe between, say, Brazil, Russia, and South Africa, but China and India, by virtue of that's the size of the economies, they've taken quite a sizable share of the bank's portfolio to date. South African portfolio is at about 18%, 19% or so. But if you just think about the shareholding, so in terms of benchmarking, we always achieve, or at minimum, to be at the threshold of the shareholding and beyond. So even with the size of South African economy, we have been able to, thus far, within the last few years, being able to do a portfolio that is to the tune of about $5.6 billion, so, which is about, as I say, about 18% or so of the total portfolio of the bank. This is just cutting across transport, clean energy, environmental protection project, water and sanitation. Of course, the bank had responded also during COVID with making funds available for health emergencies in the onset, and also taking a strategic view that beyond the health responses, these countries will need some interventions on the side of the economy, and resources were made available for those interventions, as reflected also on the slide on the work that had been done here in South Africa. Interesting to say that I think with disbursement, we also rank quite highly in relation to many other MDBs. In South Africa, for instance, of this 5.6, which is in fact now 5.7 billion, about 65% of that had already been dispersed on various programs. We are obviously working on more, doing more work during the BRICS summit. Many may have picked up on some pending projects in South Africa, Transnet, for instance, and also some work with National Treasury. So by the end of the year, all goes well, that figure could be more closer to 7 billion than it is now to 6 billion. So we are able to find some programs, but they're not without challenges. I think, as many have said, pipeline development remains a big constraint to the work that we have to do as MDBs, and we're experiencing the same. It's just a bit of a slog in many instances to find projects and programs to finance. I'll just share some of the ones that we have done here. Because I think I've touched a bit as I was going along, the work with ESCOM, Transnet, DBSA, TCTA, Sanral, directly with government. We've got a new project that will soon be that has been approved, that will soon be communicated in the telecommunication sector in South Africa. So having said all of this, I think there's also some key lessons that we have learned that maybe I suspect that even my other colleagues that are going to speak after me may touch on this, on some of the weaknesses and reforms that have to be pursued for outcomes here to be multiplied. I think there's for much of the time there were talk about whether there's a challenge of financing or the fact that there are no cranes anywhere as we move around, that there isn't projects that are being done in large scale, especially in relation to the need. And what is really the issue in South Africa, that we don't see a strong project pipeline, and we don't see much happening either. So what we have observed is that in many cases, I mean, there will be institutions perhaps that are tasked with doing or doing a selection of project, or deciding which project are strategic. I would imagine in this case, ISA would be a good example. But much of that would happen perhaps too far from the budget framing. And that disconnect means that a project could be strategic, as determined elsewhere, but may not be strategic as now determined by the fiscal framing. And as a result, then the lack of connection between those two processes mean that what could potentially be a good project with high economic value may not be pursued because there has not been like joint planning and joint decision making on what needs to be prioritized and what not. And also, I think what we have observed is that in many cases they're good economic projects, and by so I say projects that can clearly be measured on the basis of value add. And if you're able to measure value add and you can determine that a project will be able to generate enough economic growth and therefore revenue, then there isn't really as much a risk on the fiscus, because that economic growth will generate the revenue to be able to service the debt that has been raised through doing this project. So there needs to be also that process where, jealously, a government can easily say that this rail project, as an example, is going to facilitate movement of goods, debottleneck, so to speak. Debottlenecking means that then there's much more revenue that will be generated. And then out of that process, a decision can be made to say, let us allow then fiscus to finance a project of that nature. And also, what we have picked up in terms of the planning of the pipeline is the MDBs, I think, historically have been almost left outside the system. And my colleagues will also indicate, I mean, there's a lot of appetite for MDBs to do work. There's resources from MDBs to do work, but there is really no processes that relates the work of the MDBs with the pipeline development on the side of the public sector. So all of that screening of project and determining which one is strategic happens too far, and leaving resources, MDBs, that if a project was good, but there are no resources sufficient for preparation, bringing MDBs earlier in the process could help it. So by the time then the project goes in for a fiscal process for budgeting, then it's a ready project. Then it can be determined on whether it is strategic or not, and not whether it is ready or otherwise. Whereas the process at the moment rejects a lot of projects on the basis of readiness. So that then filters very much into how the MDBs maybe are not really seen, or there is no strategy that says, what is it that we really want to achieve with the relationship with MDBs? Yes, we are shareholders with the MDBs, but where does it sit where what one could say, this is what the country wants to achieve with all the MDBs? And we see the differentiation between the BRICS member countries. I think some have much more intent on working with the MDBs and some less so. Some perhaps there has been a stigma previously where when you utter an MDB, you are perceived otherwise. I think it needs to be a clear guidance and strategy for how to use MDBs, and that coming from the top. Institutional framework on project development, also quite a key issue. There's a lot of technical expertise. So the lack of pipeline is not because then there's no technical expertise in the system that can clear pipeline, prepare pipeline. But I think there's an element of also fragmentation where either institutions tripping each other in the processes, or institutions having to replicate and do what has already been done, which then costs a lot of time. And I think it may not be, it may be necessary that at some point in time, a consolidation with the eye of improving efficiency is done with many of these institutions, because all of them have got expertise that is sufficient in what they do, maybe in one pocket. But then the lack of drawing synergies from each other means that we have a very shallow pipeline as we have in South Africa. And other countries works differently. And some of the lessons that we're learning within the bank is that those countries where there's very seamless processing, we see it in the form of the pipeline that is brought into the bank as a proxy. Projects that just come through almost on a conveyor belt basis. And we're having to, in fact, say, hang on, we cannot do much more than what we're doing. We need to give space and opportunity for other countries that are lagging with pipeline. But then it does not help with that if those that are lagging with pipeline are not presenting a strong pipeline for the bank, and then you're holding others back. So some of these reforms need to go in place. And I think it's just from the lessons that we have learned in the years of operation. And the last one that I just want to highlight is that there's also the weakness in implementation agents that is stalling project. And there needs to be a bit of thinking here that even ESCOM is weak as an institution. It should not therefore mean that the state does not do any more energy project. It just means that the state may have to think beyond ESCOM as an implementing agent. If we need to budget to do transmission, and transmission traditionally was done by ESCOM, find somewhere else where you can find a good implementing agent, such that in the process of reforming ESCOM, you're not by so doing stalling work that has to do with other generation or transmission. I think this some of the issues that we have picked up that we think may help, and other countries are doing them much better than others. But I think in the case of South Africa, more certainly, I think many of this can go a long way in improving the processing of project and ultimately strengthening the pipeline. And thanks very much, Nomfundo. I think I will end it here.
Thanks so much, Monale. I think you've brought practical effect to a lot of the issues that were raised in the previous sessions as well. So I'm not going to summarize in the interest of time. I'm going to go straight to our next speaker, Ms. Marie-Françoise Marinelli, who is the World Bank country representative in South Africa. Marie-Françoise, please take the floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe you can bring my camera so that they can see me. But anyway, let me go and thank my dear friend Monale for his excellent presentation and the previous speakers as well, because I was in the previous session. I'm not going to present the World Bank because I think that everybody knows the World Bank, and I could hear in the previous presentation the interface of various countries with the IFC or even the bank itself. So let me just say a few words. First of all, to thank the organizers and stress the importance of focusing on infrastructure investment at the moment. We know that it is critical for growth, but it's also critical to improve service deliveries in our countries. And since I'm the country director for South Africa, Southern Africa, but today South Africa, I will cover mostly South Africa in my observation. And we know that in the case of South Africa, as was alluded by Monale, you are constrained on the investment. We had on public investment, we had about less than 5% over the past 2 decades on average per year, and there is a need, to stimulate that. So looking now at how we work now together and what are the prospects for doing a bit more across MDBs. First of all, reminding that when we look at the infrastructure value chain, if I can put it this way, you have, of course, the definition of the policy framework or the sectoral also framework and the governance framework in which the sector operates. Then the institutions that are involved, the development of a bankable pipeline, and of course, the financing intel of that. So looking at, and I'd like maybe to relate to the previous presentation, because I could hear a lot of discussion around the financing, and even some participants indicated why the MDBs require more guarantees. And I would like to say that it's very important that we stress, the importance of a clear policy framework. So for example, talking of the electricity sector, it is the energy sector here, what is the role of government, private sector in the various segments of the value chains. And for example, the distribution in a number of countries, you see the reform starting with the distribution, because ultimately somebody has to pay for the service. And this is where the lenders are looking at the risk when they see that the solvability of the utilities is not necessarily there. So this is when it requires having a guarantee. So I think that the first element is that how do we work together across agencies to optimize our work to have a better understanding on the regulatory and policy framework. In the case of South Africa, for example, the World Bank has developed a country climate and development report that has looked at a number of sectors, certainly energy, but also transport, to see how to improve energy access, energy efficiency, but also looking at the commitment of the country towards a low carbon transition. We know the impact of the carbon-based energy in the country. And this report, which was actually prepared in close collaboration with the Presidential Climate Commission, the universities, created a good platform for a number of partners to look at the issue. The sizing of the need of investment on energy, for example, was a good reference that have been used. And I think that this part is very important to see how we complement each other, looking at the sectors. Similarly, at the moment on the transport sector, the World Bank has been provided a number of analytical pieces, looking at the performance of the port sector at the Durban port, now looking at the railway value chain, not only for South Africa, but also looking at it in the regional context and looking at the regional corridor. So this type of work that we can do together and are almost, I would say, public good, and we should be able to and should do more and more of that, because when we look at the challenges of the various sectors, again, what I would like to say is that really we look at the financing of the project, but if the context, the policy context is not adequate, I think it will not work. And I would like to use the opportunity actually to commend the government of South Africa for what is being done in terms of reviewing the Electricity Regulatory Act to create a more contestable market on the energy sector, creating a system operator to facilitate equal access to the transmission facility. These are indeed very good steps that will certainly create opportunities not only to support the transmission system itself, the financing, but also come and invest together. So I just wanted to stress this part in terms of the policy framework. Now moving to, and Monale has already stressed the issue of creating a solid and pipeline. And I think that again, working together with the key lenders, I'm thinking of the German Development Bank, the French Development Bank, but also the African Development Bank, we can create, a force in terms of thinking through this pipeline together. Now, moving in the investment of projects themselves, I'd like to say a little bit of what we have done and we are doing, and then move into what we are now thinking of doing, not only ourselves, but thinking with the other partners, particularly in line with the assessment that has made, and I heard it in the previous session, the important needs for South Africa investment in electricity, $50 billion between now and 2030, 4 billion in the transport sector and the logistics sector. So how do we come? We have had, of course, the traditional approach of coming with investment project to address specific need, and in doing so, leverage the concessional window. And if I can again take a couple of examples here, Nonfundo, one is the battery storage program that we are financing, and I believe actually the first set of important batteries that will help stabilize the network will be commissioned by the end of the next month, I believe. And here we have been able to mobilize resources from the Clean Technology Fund to complement what IBRD can provide. A previous speaker has mentioned Komati. We are part of the financing of the Komati project, and let me use the opportunity, first of all, to also clarify that from our point of view, starting with Komati was a good idea for the government, because this was a plant that was almost closed. There was only one turbine operating out of 9 turbines. So being it a case study had less impact, and in fact, ESCOM has committed not to lay out to lay out staff in that context. So this is this type of project that is now being looked at to see when the government expand its decommissioning, this retirement plan, how the lesson can be indeed done from this experience, and how can partners come together. Now moving, Nonfundo, I see that you have put your camera, so it's a signal. Moving into what can be done, and I think that this is the most interesting part. I think that what we all started to say is that, using the World Bank resources or NDB to do 150 kilometers of a transmission line, will that do the trick? South Africa need to move now, build 14,000 kilometers of transmission line in the next 10 years. That means moving from 300 kilometers that you are doing today to more than 2,000 kilometers a year in the next 10 years. So going one by one will not necessarily do the trick. So our submission is to, and I heard it already in the previous session, how can we think of a blend finance, platform in which we could put the concessional financing, grants that can be provided by some partners. The EU Commission, for example, comes with grant funding, Canada, the Swiss cooperation, then the concessional funding that you can have through the Green Climate Fund, semi-concessional as the World Bank, for example, from the IBRD window, because this is where what South Africa qualifies for. And then use that as a platform to de-risk financing that could come from the market, from the capital market, from the bond market, and thinking at a wholesale platform where guarantees will not be requested project by project, but through a facility that will be in place. I think that it is a very attractive proposal. We started actually to share this idea, and we understand that the government is looking at this in the same way. And I hope, Nfundo, that if this goes through in the coming year, we could start seeing that and then start the first set of very important investments that are required for the energy sector, for the transport sector, from the transmission sector, being rolled out with that and addressing, of course, the challenges. And I will end with that. We know that the fiscus has a limitation in terms of the guarantees that can be provided, and certainly having a project by project approach will not allow to have the level of impact that is requested to make a difference in the context of South Africa. Let me stop here and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marie-Françoise, and great to see the synergies with some of the examples we heard earlier. And I think you was referring specifically to the Brazilian example of the 70 million concessional funds that unlock $1 billion. And I think these are the kinds of lessons we are looking for. So thank you very much for that. And then finally, let me hand over straight to Dr. Supi Teravananthan.
Thank you very much. Again, I don't have the video, so I think that I rely on you to start my video. But anyway, first of all, thank you very much for the organizer. Thank you for inviting AIB to be part of the discussion here. I would like to say that AIB probably can talk about the role of MDB in a more general sense, but not in the role of MDB in South Africa. But for the BRICS, I mean, the title is the role of the MDBs in supporting BRICS country, advancing the infrastructure agenda. For other BRICS countries so far right now, I mean, if we're not talking about the new one, the China, India, Brazil, and Russia are the member, but South Africa has been the founding member, but not rectified to fully benefit from AIB's fund. But I think that the day is we are going to turn around the corner very soon. Anyway, so I cannot talk about experience of AIB in South Africa, but I can talk about experience of AIB as one of the MDB in a more general sense. I would like to say that in the big picture, I have to say the landscape, the economics landscape, the geopolitical landscape of the world right now is very challenging, and it is increasingly challenging because, you know, there is a geopolitical fragmentation, you know, all know about it. It's a higher interest rate right now. So borrowing from any place, including borrowing from MDB, is also more costly than before. We have also have to deal with the debt vulnerability issue in many more countries, in many more developing countries, and we are at the point of how to financing their economic development, how to make it take off. The World Bank also predict that the growth of the of the world this year is slowing down, and it is clear we are already in Q3. So we already see the number that it is certainly slowing down. So all this doesn't mean that the growth slowing down and the demand for infrastructure is slowing down. No, the demand for infrastructure is actually increasing, because you have to also invest more to boost up the economy, especially after the long 3 COVID years. You need more, and therefore, on one hand, you have the high interest rate. On the other hand, you have a higher demand. So how are we going to really sail through this kind of stormy weather? So that came into a long way to introduce, to say that the role of MDB is getting more and more important and more needed. So this is a time that MDB need to really collaborate more, to leverage more, and to do more competitive collaboration than competitive division. So that's what I would like to say first. And in case of AIB, as I said, that we haven't worked on South Africa, although we anticipate the partnership with South Africa is going to be finalized by end of this year, by December, or by first quarter of next year. So we are start preparing that. We have discussed with AFDB to co-finance with AFDB on the Transnet project, which is a huge project of $500 million. We also discussed with the World Bank. Actually, Malifang Sua is here. I met Malifang Sua last May to talk about whether AIB can take part in some kind of collaboration with the World Bank in the just transition on the energy sector. But all this, I would also like to say that for MDB to work together, it is not just funding. AIB doesn't come in just to bridge the gap. AIB not come in just to put another $500 million or $1 billion on the table. Of course, that number is good, but it is not the only thing that we would like to see ourselves playing a role. And I think all MDB as well. I think that we have more to do. We have more to say that we can help in terms of, Malifang Sua touched upon that a lot about the policy framework and how to do things right. I think AIB as well, we see the niche of the role of AIB, that we can, because of our experience in Asia, we can, particularly in India, and China. India is the #1 borrower from AIB right now, and China is #3. So we would like to say that there are a lot of projects we do in China, and not just a project of AIB, but sitting in Beijing itself and witness how the government of China use the policy in driving certain economics or changing behavior, is something that we can also bring it to work in BRICS country and beyond BRICS country, in Africa continent as well. For example, I think at one point a week ago, I had a chance to discuss with a colleague in the Ministry of Finance and Treasury Department of South Africa when we talk about this meeting today, and I talk about, what is a policy dimension that we could bring in from AIB, what the example or the role of government, because the government of China also have a big role to play in changing the economics behavior of consumer, and changing the company behavior, and changing the investment behavior. So those kind of things can MDB, I'm not talking about just AIB, can MDB help in this challenging world? For example, we talk a lot about electric vehicle. And in case of China, the population of electric vehicle is increasing very drastically. We have done many projects in China to replace the fossil fuel bus electric vehicle bus, and how are we how did we do that? And I think that maybe these are the example that we can bring in together with the money, but not just the money, bring in the concept, bring in the technology, bring in all those into our work in the BRICS country and in African country. We can also see how the Chinese government change the behavior of consumer to move them from favoring buying fossil fuel vehicle into buying an electric vehicle. This is also the policy that we can share, we can bring in, and we can see whether it can be usable in South Africa, in other country or not. We also can say that in co-financing, we would like very much to co-financing with World Bank and NDB, in this case of BRICS country, or some other institution in those beyond BRICS country who are slowly coming to be a member of NDB as well. How are we going to, because the funding or financing for infrastructure is growing, the demand is growing, and now you talk about financing that is not focusing on only one country, but financing that is cross-border, being cross-border in terms of transport, cross-border in terms of energy power pool. And these are not anymore the $1 million kind of project, but it's become $1 billion kind of project. So not one MDB can really absorb all those or can effectively do all those. Therefore, mobilizing, collaborating, competitive collaboration, and all those become more and more the norm of us moving forward. And AIB is really ready for that. I can show you many examples that we work in case of China, that we can bring it to other country. And we can also talk about how we work with the government and what we see the expanding role of the government in certain dimension, even though you may have to be shrinking the role of the government in the area that private sector can be more efficient. But in terms of policy driving, we still believe, and I still believe, as much as I hear the previous speaker from World Bank, from NDB, that policy dimension is something that NDB can also help the government, because I know that every government know what is the what they need to, what kind of problem they need to handle. They know why they need to handle, but sometimes the how to handle it is something that MDB can bring in a lot of other experience to help. So I'm going to just end it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Again, so many complementarities between the three presentations in the previous sessions, which I will not rehash in the interest of time. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to merge the Q&A session and the open discussion for the task force, because I think the intention of the open discussion was also just to reflect on some of the questions that were asked that may have not have been answered, and any additional questions that may be there, so that as we think of a way forward, we can factor those in, and as the task force continues its work, it can seek answers to those questions. So I'll start by checking now if there are any. I haven't seen any hands so far, but I'll check if there are any hands. We can take one or two questions. And then when I move over to the members of the task force, I'll ask the heads of the delegations to just reflect on the questions that were sent to them earlier, which I will rehash quickly, but also just to reflect on any of the questions that may emerge from this session as well. So are there any questions that anybody would like to ask? Again, you can raise your hands, or you can put it in the Q&A chat box. I don't see any hands. So what we can do is just move on to the task force session. And as I say, if members of the task force would also like to direct questions at the last three speakers, please feel free to do so. So just to remind the members of the task force, the heads of delegations, you are requested to focus on, what were your expectations, and this specifically for South Africa, what were your expectations from the symposium, and have they been met? Then for Brazil, India, Russia, and China, what are the key highlights and takeaways that you have derived from the symposium? And then finally, of course, South Africa, if you can just reflect on the next steps and based on what has emanated from the discussion over the past 2 days. So I think let me begin with South Africa to ask you, what were your expectations of the symposium, and have they been met? If not, what would you like to see a bit more of? And also any questions you may have for the last 3 speakers. I'll give you 5 minutes. This session will take us to 15:15, which brings us back to being on time before I hand over to Boitumelo Mashilo to do the closing remarks. All right, South Africa, the head of delegation, can you just reflect on your expectations and whether or not they've been met, and any additional questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to our Brazilian colleagues, to the South Africans, is it Russia, and the Indians, good afternoon, and to our Chinese colleagues, good evening. So look, I mean, in terms of the question on the expectations versus the, what we've been able to achieve, I sort of want to frame this within the context of what is the end goal. And the end goal for the symposium is to contribute to discussions around how we can stimulate infrastructure investments. And I think the question of why this is important, well, it's because we also want to, leverage on infrastructure investments to spur economic growth and development. It is about helping to transition our economies toward
I just need to check. Is it Boitumelo's screen that has frozen, or is it mine? Can I
Seems
just
to
ask?
be Boitumelo. Seems to be
Okay.
Boitumelo, yes.
Okay, thanks, Monali, because I wasn't entirely sure for a second. All right, maybe while he tries to reconnect himself, let me just move swiftly on then to this head of delegation from Brazil, and just to ask your key highlights and takeaways from the symposium. And as I said, any questions you may have for the past 3 speakers. Thank you.
I'm back. Nomfundo, can you hear me and can you see
Oh,
me?
yes, we can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. We had a bit of a technical glitch.
Okay, I had asked Brazil to take the floor, but I think because yours is sort of a scene setter to explain what was intended and what we want to achieve out of this, maybe I can give you just 1.5 minutes just to finish off, and then we'll hand back to Brazil. Thanks.
All right. So, I mean, the long and short of what I was trying to say is that we are trying to contribute to stimulation of infrastructure investments, and we are trying to do that with a view to spur economic growth and development to help with the transition of our economies towards a sustainable and inclusive path, as well as to support socio-economic development goals, right? Of course, we know that this cannot happen over 2 days, but what we know has been achieved so far is that on the part of fostering mutual exchange, I think that has happened. On the issue of sharing knowledge and insights, I think the session has been very helpful on that. Also on the expanding a collaborative discourse within the BRICS countries with the private sector, with the different stakeholders, MDBs, DFIs, and so on and so forth. I think that has been achieved. So in summary, I think the symposium more than anything has allowed us the ability to engage with various stakeholders on how we can collaborate and cooperate better to achieve the intended outcomes. It is also about government not discussing on its own, actually interfacing with the capital providers, with society, with construction companies, and so on and so forth. And I think that has been achieved. In the interest of time, I can stop here, Madam Chair.
Thank you. You are bang on the dot at 1 minute, 30 seconds. So very well done. Thank you, Boitumelo. Can the head of the delegation from Brazil please take the floor? Sorry that I had to cut you before you came in earlier. Is that Mr. Lucas? I'm not sure. Mr. Medeiros. Okay, thank you.
Yes, hi. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk here. I would first like to congratulate South Africa Task Force for proposing, organizing, ultimately making this forum possible. Infrastructural investment plays such an indispensable role in the economic development of our countries, and it requires such robust investment to facilitate trade, enhance economic competitiveness, and drive sustainable development, that it becomes necessary to engage the private sector. And I think this symposium, it brought us a lot of learned lessons and shared experience that will help us to promote these investments and, well, to improve our economies and help us develop.
We can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
You can't hear me?
No,
oh,
we
I'm sorry.
can. Yes, okay.
You
Please
can.
continue. Yes.
No, it's just that I would like to thank the Brazilian panelists, Lucas, Ivan, and Mr. Marcos also, because they had such extensive agendas. As you know, we are preparing for the Brazilian presidency of G20 next year. So we are running a lot of different errands and a very intense international agenda, but we try to bring the best people possible, and I think this is very good that South Africa promoted this symposium, and we took notes of a lot of good examples and a lot of good alternatives to infrastructure investment, and we will take this opportunity to think about it and try to maybe implement in our own countries the positive outcomes that we've seen today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Medeiros. Allow me now to move to Russia with the same question to the head of delegation. What were your key highlights and takeaways from the symposium? And any questions you may have to ask that you feel were not addressed. Thank you. Russia?
Yes, can you see me?
I can see your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, and video. Do you see my video?
No, I see something. I think it's a picture with Russian writing, not your face. IT, if you can just please assist Mr. Takin to show his video. Thank you. But please go ahead in the meantime, sir. Hello, Mr. Takin? Okay, I'm not sure what is going on. Yes, please go ahead while IT sorts out your video. You may please start, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, all participants, for the technical issues and the glitches that may happen, but you know how it's in the virtual world. So, apologies in advance if I'll take an extra minute or two. And dear symposium participants, it has been a busy 2 days, and I cannot help but dedicate a few remarks to thank the South African chairship for hosting such a wonderful event, and words of gratitude to all participants from Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa from our warm BRICS family. The quality of speakers, panelists, list of topics we discussed is more relevant than ever in the current moment of finding the best solutions to bridge the infrastructure gap. Special thanks to moderators for their professional summarizing after each session. To be honest, it's difficult to summarize sessions after them as everything is already done. And thanks to the recording.
Okay, Mr. Takin, I don't know if you can hear me, but we are struggling to hear you.
You hear me? Okay.
Yes, you are back now, yes.
Yes. So during session 1, the G-Hub has demonstrated the perspective tool under support by the G20, which was developed. And that tool allows interested parties to analyze approaches to infrastructure spending by governments and support the process of designing programs and budgets for the purpose of infrastructure development. Through this instrument, we have seen a clear trend towards significant investments in energy transition infrastructure, including renewable energy, low carbon technologies, digitalization of services, and low carbon emission transport. The OECD highlighted the scope for pension funds, which is very interesting, and the current environment and their potential to close the infrastructure gap. It was curious to hear about such a significant increase in cash in deposits and discuss a list of factors to consider when pension funds are about to invest in infrastructure. What are the challenges or obstacles they should consider? Obviously, the G20 roadmap for infrastructure as an asset class remains extremely relevant, and the barriers associated with unlisted infrastructure are an example of the challenges that we have to overcome. The panelists brought some interesting angles related to importance of targeted government programs and high potential infrastructure bonds with government support. And it was very interesting to learn about China's practices on unblocking non-government investments, including the establishment of a special entity dedicated to increasing private investment in infrastructure, an example of real estate investment trust as well. Indeed, infrastructure investments require conducive environment, regulations, and a patient capital. So during session 2, we heard a lot about blended finance, and it's true that blended finance could be financing techniques could be a remedy for the barriers that investors are hampered by. I mean, regulatory restrictions, asset-specific risks, and the overall exposure that infrastructure projects have when they within the margin of bankability. And of course, blended finance helps to de-risk overall the project, the infrastructure project, and in turn mobilize private capital. So I could say that success of blended finance rests critically on the ability to maximize additionality, both in terms of the financial resources mobilized and the development impact created, while minimizing concessionality. In other words, providing public capital at as close to market conditions as possible. That's the one of takeaways from session 2. Digitalization continues to be a success factor. That's session 3. Or to say it better, a factor that significantly increases the likelihood of success of infrastructure project in terms of preparation and implementation. The well-known example of source platform, of course, and South Africa's presentation is the best proof of that thesis, that digitalization is still a very important factor to consider for the maximization of the results of preparation and the overall implementation of project. The India's example of NIP, National Infrastructure Pipeline, is a great example how such mechanisms can facilitate and improve project planning coordination, and delivery of infrastructure projects. Combined with digital tools, it could have even higher impact. Session 4 was one of the most interesting for me, especially taking into account that we're now all in this green finances transition, and we heard the important message that the international institutions the possibility to attract money from international institutions for the sake of projects, transition and climate projects is limited. And there was this interesting term mentioned, walking green. Very nice. I haven't heard it yet. So the second is that there is a need for international cooperation among development institutions to ensure that the international level is able to make adequate links with the national level. At the same time, addressing challenges of every country, taking into account country circumstances. That's very important to take into account country circumstances. Very good point. Third, there's a strong confirmation from the participants that the taxonomies, frameworks for sustainable bond issuance, and other systematization and targeting tools really work and contribute to increased funding to the relevant sectors. And fourth, it's not enough just to have a set of instruments. It is critical that the range of tools is sufficient enough to allow them to be tailored to a particular project. Or the instruments must have a high degree of flexibility to allow them to be properly customized. So the last session, which we have enjoyed just few moments ago, very important thesis was voiced about the possibility of mitigating currency risks for the infrastructure projects through the provision of loans in national currencies. For MDBs, that's a very perspective path to follow in terms of helping to prepare and implement projects on national level and to mitigate the currency risk. The currency exchange risk. Multilateral development banks are expanding their product lines, which corresponds to a previous session on the need for instruments that can be tailored precisely to project characteristics. So the last point is the highlight of challenges that NDB representative made. It has no link between strategic project selection and budgeting prioritization process. Lack of strategy for partnership with MDB, lack of project preparation capacity, institutional fragmentation on project level development, etc. These challenges related to engagement with MDBs are rightly pointed, and I think that taking into account country circumstances, all may pick up some aspects which may be troubleshooted in respective jurisdictions. So thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this symposium and the chance to share observations on key highlights and takeaways. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for really an excellent synthesis of the discussions over the past 2 days. You certainly were listening very, very attentively, and I really appreciate the feedback on the lessons that you've learned. Finally, can we just call on India, the head of the delegation of India, to share your reflection, please, on the key takeaways and any questions that may still be outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I would like to congratulate South African Presidency for successfully organizing the BRICS Infrastructure Investment Symposium. We agree with the Presidency that member countries must think strategically and pragmatically as to how to bring the sustainability and innovation into the agenda of BRICS countries. As far as takeaways and highlights are concerned, we learned from session 1 that sovereign welfare funds and pension funds have enormous potential to leverage local funds for investment into infrastructure projects. In addition, institutional and retail investors may be tapped to invest into infrastructure projects across sectors, including social sectors. quality of infrastructure is as important as investment into infrastructure. In fact, quality to some extent is far more important than merely investment into infrastructure. And finally, new and innovative ideas are required for enhanced government and private sector participation into infrastructure development. From session 2, we have learned that there are a variety of PPP models which are being used by various countries and project authorities. And the models must be used in response to the particular requirement of the projects. But in addition to these models, we also require a very robust regulatory framework and overall political will for these models to function successfully. It is also evident from session 3 that digital technologies can be leveraged to address the infrastructure pipeline development challenges, as it has been done in case of many countries, including India's very successful National Infrastructure Pipeline, and other platforms like PM Gati Shakti Program and National Monetization Pipeline. From session 4, we have learned that sustainable and resilient infrastructure is need of the hour. The future of infrastructure development is development of sustainable infrastructure and resilient infrastructure. And in this context, green financing gains utmost importance. Therefore, there is a need to bring robust regulatory systems for green financing and sustainable financing of infrastructure. And there is a need to build carbon markets that are well connected and regulated. From session 5, we learned that the role of NDB is very, very important as far as infrastructure development of BRICS countries agenda is concerned. And it has a role which is not only important, but also very proactive in nature to advance the infra agenda of BRICS countries. And I'm hopeful that NDB in coming years will ensure that infrastructure development in BRICS countries are not only financially supported, but also supported through various kind of knowledge and hand-holding support. I would like to thank the presidency for providing us the opportunity to share our learning in the infrastructure landscape. I believe that the information shared by all of us will help the member countries to undertake the right approach in deciding the models considering the risk matrix highlighted during this session. Lastly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the colleagues and speakers for sharing their experiences. We believe that the learning happened here will take us forward in the direction of fast-tracking the pace of infrastructure development in our respective countries. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much to you, Mr. Baldeo, once again for just taking us through a nice tour from the first session all the way to the last one that we had. And I think once again, a lot of synergies coming up. No question that this has been very, very valuable from a mutual exchange and knowledge sharing point of view. Identifying opportunities for collaboration and improving the collaborative discourse. As well as how to crowd in the private sector. Issues on blended finance and the lessons that can be shared from the various country examples. The role of digitalization in fast tracking, but also helping to scale the ambitions of member states, member countries of BRICS. Lessons coming out of the G20 on issues of capital adequacy framework, role of pension funds and guidance on how to use pension funds. So a range of these issues coming through over and over again, and I think seen as very invaluable by all the various countries. My apologies to China. I did not let you in. If you can please come in. Of course, if you want to raise as well these synergies that I've identified, but any additional issues that you have picked up as your key takeaways from the session. Thank you. Please take the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank our South Africa colleagues for successfully organize this two-day event. Especially in China, today is our Mid-Autumn Festival, the second most important festival in our tradition. So it's a unique experience for me to join this event last night in Beijing and tonight in my hometown. But I listened to all the presentations carefully, and it's really a very good learning process at least for myself. We had a very good combination of lead speakers and panelists, many very informative presentations, not only for the sharing the country experiences, but also specific discussions on those issues related to infrastructure investment. I cannot match our previous speakers from, for example, Russia and India for the very extensive and brilliant comments and summaries. I would like to share what impressed me most is the discussions on how to address the risks associated with infrastructure investment, such as regulatory risks, financial risks, including interest rate risk, and also the foreign exchange rate risks. All those actually requires in-depth analysis and a lot of technical discussions. I think the only pity is that probably because of the time constraint, we could not have very in-depth interactions on those technical issues. So I myself look at this symposium as just a very good start, and I look forward to more seminars or symposiums that focus on those specific issues related to infrastructure investment in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for keeping it sweet and short by focusing specifically on what you would like to see happening next, which really segues us into the next presentation from South Africa, or the next points from the head of the South African delegation. I think we've already heard that indeed there were a lot of good pointers on adjusting risk and regulatory, well, both regulatory and financial risk. But certainly there's a lot of room, ample room for digging deeper and deep diving. So I think you already have your first proposal there, with Dumelo, to ensure that there can be, in the next sessions, more in-depth discussions on how to adjust risk. And then, of course, the discussions would have to be led, I think, by some in-depth technical work that can allow for far more rigorous expansion on some of the suggestions and the points that were raised earlier. So let's hand over to you just to give us your reflections on what the next steps should be, and where you would like to take the conversation and how you would like to take the conversation forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think a lot of the issues that I wanted to touch on have already been spoken about by some of the heads of delegation. Maybe 2 or 3 points that I would like to make. The first is this symposium is not a talk show. It's not a talk show in the sense that we are genuine about what the purpose and the end goal that we want out of the symposium. So it is really about the collaboration to answer the how question. If I go back to how the minister provided guidance and what he's expecting of us. And I say this because the what question, right? The why question, as well as the when question, those questions are clearly answered. When you look at the financing gap, when you look at the state of our national fiscal environment, and when you look at the infrastructure ambitions that we have, you clearly see a need that we cannot do it on our own, and therefore, how do we partner with others is what matters. And the how is also important in that we all have different perspectives on these issues. And what the symposium has done was to try to begin, to answer what it is that, capital providers are saying, what is it that people with different perspectives are saying, what is it that those that are PPP and blended finance practitioners are saying, and so on and so forth. So those things are really, really, really important. And I think some of the colleagues have already touched on what it is that the task force is, the task force members will be taking forward the discussions that have come through from here. All I want to say in that respect is that, look, we see ourselves as a task force, as a conduit in our respective jurisdictions in terms of advocating for reforms that will increase infrastructure investments and do so speedily. And I think that's one of the things that we are saying we're keeping on our agenda for as long as the task force is in place. Locally, and I can now speak for South Africa, is that the process of how to engage better and how to partner better with the others within the ecosystem has already begun. Okay, we are engaging local stakeholders, regional stakeholders, and in some instances even the international stakeholders, with a view again to practically help us with how we can implement the solutions that were proposed in this symposium, but also elsewhere. There are elements, that we are talking about structured engagements that we are having in South Africa, again, as a way of practically implementing these things. And this is why I am saying that this is not a tech show. It's really about genuinely trying to find solutions that work for us. So those are the points that I just wanted to make in as far as what the next step are going to be from a task force perspective, but also from a local perspective. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dumelo. And I think this, I'm assuming at some point there'll be a synthesis of all of the points that have been made and the excellent summaries that were made by the heads of the delegations that will be circulated or perhaps put on the website, that I think between now and the next symposium or the next technical discussions will just allow everybody to reflect on it a bit and as you prepare for the more in-depth discussions. But from my side, really just to congratulate the South African colleagues who have put this together. I think it's a great start. And as everybody has mentioned, it really is only a start. It's only the beginning. There's a whole lot more work to be done, but I think it started on a solid footing. So this is where I end and hand over to you, Boitumelo, just for you to do the closing remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and maybe to start off on the point that you were raising. So after the session closes today, we are going to post the presentations from today together with the link from today's proceedings. And then next week sometime, I think in the next 2 weeks, we will be posting the synthesis report from the discussions, just so that people can get a sense of what were the main points that came out of the session. And that's how we are hoping they can use the symposium and the lessons learned that have been generated on this in this symposium. So, in terms of the last set of comments that I would like, the first thing is to really, start by thanking you, all the delegates, for honoring the invitation to be part of this important event, the first of its kind under the auspices of the task force. I think the strategic importance and catalytic role that infrastructure plays is something that has been discussed for a long time. And there is no question about whether we want to do this or not. Consensus has already been reached on that. And I think with this symposium, what we've also been able to do is we wanted to take it a step further. Build on the previous achievements of the task force and craft a pathway that will help us move into a trajectory that accelerates infrastructure investments. And it's not only that, but we also wanted to create a conduit between our respective infrastructure financing practitioners, regulatory bodies, as well as the broader development finance community. The highlights have already been touched upon, but I just want to highlight one or two. For me, one of the things that was clearly articulated was that increasing the scale and the pace of infrastructure investment requires a conducive environment with sound regulatory and policy framework that encourages private capital. And this is where the interest is for us as government officials. And it also goes without saying that private sector participation in this ecosystem is very important. And this is why, again, the issue of successful partnerships. And when we say successful partnerships, we don't mean PPPs in the narrow definition of PPPs being a contractual relationship. We are talking beyond the contractual relationship. We are also talking about, getting a lot more political support and buy-in, generating or developing a credible and visible pipeline, a stable macroeconomic environment supported, of course, by policies and regulations, amongst the other things. With that said, I also want to thank all the panelists and the lead speakers for sharing your valuable insights as we try to address some of the bottlenecks and explore various ways in which to unlock the infrastructure development within our own jurisdictions. And I think we all know the importance of the various stakeholders that were represented on the line. And we think that through global governance, the issues of cooperation, MDBs, IFIs need to come closer for realization of our SDG goals in a consistent and a balanced manner. What we do know is that not all issues can be resolved in the 2 days that we've had. I mean, there were so many issues and many perspectives that have been provided. We believe that a solid foundation for further engagement and cooperation has been established. And I want to also thank the BRICS task force members for their overwhelming support and contribution to the conceptualization of the symposium, but also in overseeing its implementation over the past 2 days. We have come a long way, and I think that it is undisputed that strong and sustainable development is at the heart of this task force. So look to all the delegates and everyone who is and who was with us virtually. Thank you for your attendance as well as your active participation. My heartfelt gratitude goes to our excellent facilitators, Tsepiso Mwahludi yesterday and Nomfundo Ngwenya today for directing the program in a well-structured and orderly manner. I also want to thank our Minister of Finance in absentia for setting the tone for the symposium and for allowing and supporting us as officials to lead the BRICS infrastructure agenda during South Africa's chairship. Thank you to Brazil, Russia, India, and China. We have really enjoyed your support during our presidency. We also want to wish, I think it's Russia next year, as they take over the presidency. and move to the next frontier. I thank you all. The symposium is now closed. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.